In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a musician, a scientist, a man with a flute. Remember, in this universe of wonder and mystery, sometimes the most unlikely heroes make the biggest impact. Keep your mind open, your heart brave, and who knows, you might just find the ether within yourself. So here's to Dayton Miller, the flute ether master. His melody still resonates, a testament to the power of harmony.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 106 of Flat Earth Fridays. Before we jump into the episode, we're of course going to watch Proud's cut. Here we go.
It basically comes down to, if you say that the Earth is the center of the universe, or what I would, more precisely, I would say that the Earth is at rest in the universe. If you say that, then you have to explain what Newton's laws normally explain as due to the rotation of the objects in the solar system. So once you become a geocentrist, you also must become an etherist. You also must believe, in order to make logical sense of the laws of physics, you must use ether once you decide that the Earth is at rest.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Back to like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop sports about that.
Okay, let's gather everything together. The alpha model, which means absolute lab frame, and fluid ether, is the model that I've adopted based on my own research and the research of Hildegard and of other people like the Russians. And here is my basic conclusions. The alpha model restores the biblical geostatism, that is, that the Earth is at rest, is confirmed by the alpha model, and heliocentrism is refuted. Modern physics has already refuted heliocentrism, so it makes no sense for people to argue that the sun is at the center of the universe, because no one believes that in mainstream. They all believe in acentrism, that there is no center to the universe, that any location is as good as any others. The absolute lab frame is used for dynamic predictions for both mechanics and electromagnetic theory. Remember that measurements apply to kinematics, predictions apply to dynamics. So whenever you apply the laws of physics, you must use the Earth frame. You must use the lab frame. The ether reference frame must be used for electromagnetic calculations. The alpha model promotes Genesis and rejects Big Bang cosmology. No one has measured that. But we must know the speed of the ether in order to add the speed of light c, which is constant, in order to determine the speed of light. Represents about 3 decades of examination of science and looking at what's true and what isn't, using the criteria that I explained.
Yeah, you certainly put in the work, man, and it's great that you laid everything out. Your takes on it are super interesting, man, because we don't really get people to come on and talk about this kind of stuff. So super fortunate to have you on. Dude, awesome introduction. Shout out to Dr. Bennett, who will be continuing his presentation on Monday on the Alpha plus Hildegard model. Hildegard, sorry. So look forward to that on Tuesday.
Rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it.
It's Friday. Flat Earth Fridays. What up, level heads? Let's get it.
Watching, count sheet, nigga sleepwalking. All these dick riders, well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit, but baby mamas. You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about ski out, you don't want a two-pot, you want love and hip-hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though.
Wake
all
up!
black headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out in one piece though. I'm sleep though. Clone politicians on sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone them modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga.
Let's get it, B.O.P.
Put him in it, 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 put him in it.
Episode 106.
I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick if people charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Hoes set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave. Maybe I'm crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, soul, rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know.
What up, level heads? Let's go.
Talking about. Talk is talk, and do is do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. What we talking about? How must I remind you I don't wear designer, no genre.
Consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We don't consent to the floor and the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock and turn for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not
Keep an open mind and think for yourself, level head.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run.
We don't consent
to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets. We're cutting every string.
Shout out ODD.
They won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now. They call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded. Ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not.
I don't consent to globe earth propaganda.
You are 2 millimeters above this beat ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Tell him, Neil.
Check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It gets a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you Pixar Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers
why, even though the Earth's
a bunch of flat earthers, just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers.
What in the CGI?
Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
That stuff is what?
That stuff is flat. Flat.
Yeah.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
We've been telling y'all for 106 episodes straight.
That stuff is flat.
Fairy was real. Why mama lied? My brother died. Healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke. Your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick the people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the prize and they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? We been blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in mass.
Pay attention!
Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always heard it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think that they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
They can't stop it.
Why would they lie? 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 OG.
Repost.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth. Back always swerving and stocking. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth. Every current we lock. 18, 23. Revelation read. Nation get a seed. Medicated mean. Generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceived, nation leaves, taken by the beast, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost, won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a current, we locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, we locked in, like a current, we locked in, 1984. Knocking at the door, should have read George Food Supply. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war, better bring your sword. Better than let him, don't let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming to the speakers, you're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. It's a view that they drown. And I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, evade it, revegetate it. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a current, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a current, we locked in.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are the Levelheads. This is Flat Earth Friday. Welcome. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Please, enjoy the show.
Testing. Flat Earth Fridays in full swing. Okay.
Hold on, let me check my battery levels.
I'm charged up.
Battery levels efficient. Level heads pulled up. Episode 106 of Flat Earth Fridays. And we getting into ether dynamics.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
And shout out to PhD Robert Bennett. We gonna get into the science. We gonna get into the physics. I appreciate y'all holding out for us. We back at it. It's Flat Earth Fridays, episode 106. Spinning flutter wave? How you feeling, Proud?
Oh, I can feel the ether is charged up tonight, y'all. I done heard so many heliocentric ether stories lately. We gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this heliocentric model with a rigid ether. I'm here for it.
I mean, we only been talking about it for like the past, I don't know, 100 episodes.
You know, as soon as the mainstream want to back ether, you know they gonna start pretending that they always knew there was an ether. Oh, we been said that, stupid flirts. Y'all just wasn't listening. How call they hear y'all? As soon as mainstream decided they want to acknowledge the ether again, you're gonna be gaslit by nothing but anti-flirts.
And I'm excited. They be dropping a lot of good information, hella content over there on Discord. There's been a couple presentations that I've seen Robert Bennett do with Wizard and Alan and Shane and Toby over in Ether Cause. And I'm just excited to get into some of the specifics tonight. But before we get into the technicalities of why the globe Earth is not in motion, and y'all need a feel for y'all forces and electromagnetism to propagate through, let's shout out to all the level heads that pulled up, man. I see Alan in the building, Orwellian in the building. Binky's in here. Sheepdog, what up, Sheepdog? Holding down Flat Earth Fridays pregame. See my man, of course, Witsit in the building. Shane, I see you. TM, what up? Ken, what up? Cug, I see you. Brock, the dude. Leliana. Mr. X, my guy. What up, Libra? Donna. Facing realities in the building. Non-Rev is in here. Who it is, what it is. Zesetic Part 2. What up, Z? Not Brian Sweet. Paige, I see you. Thieves in here. Flat Lass saying Fink. Ron Boston, formerly known as the mayor, now the presidente. Timbo's back, of course. She go by Honeybee, but she always be Space Ghost, coast to coast to coast to coast to coast. Keon, what up? You Flat Earth yet, bro? What up, Doug? Superfly. Clyde, I see you. I am, what up? Howdy, Bill. Ominous in the building. Cass is in here. Karen's in here. JK's in here. Shaz, long time no see, Shaz. The Kent's in here. Dan Blue's in here. New name today's in here. J-Rod, Lydia. Marty, Chad, Homegrown. Glopski. Dudes in here. Guys in here. Ben Truth. The squad pulling up. Who else you see down there, Prop?
Ooh, we got a full house growing. Shout out to Bennett. I see Bennett down there. If you aren't ready yet, get situated, get comfortable. We got a long one ahead. But yeah, when you're ready, click the mic button at the bottom and we'll bring you up. I see Iceland in here, JJJ Bear, Johnny Ringo. I see Coffee in here, Ego in here, Jen in here, McWiney, welcome. Mr. Hide and Seek, Tundra ENT, Spiral. I see Sam, Magnesius. I see Lynn. I see God Sniper, Chatadonius, Martyr, Darius, Matt, Ominous, Vodka, Soda, Clyde. I am Inversion. I see Bill, Doug, Barbara, Dan, Mike, the Conspiracy Theorist. I see Zion in here, Non-Rev. Right, we got a full house. I see Pysocrates. Welcome, guys. Welcome.
And look, y'all, this is Dr. Bennett's first time in Flat Earth Fridays. I'm going to bring him up here. We're going to see if we could get him on mic. I think this is his first time in Twitter Spaces, like in general. So when we do get him up here, I want you guys to show him a warm welcome. Show him some love. Let him know how we get down over here in Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter X Spaces, because not a lot of people even know what really be going on every Friday night. They don't know that we get to the physics. They don't know we get to the science. They don't know we talk about the true nature of our reality. So make sure that you guys follow my man, Dr. Bennett. Let me see if I can bring him up here in just a second. I got Alan up here, Cohen with me, and Proud. Sheepdogs on the mic, Ken's on the mic, or Williams up here. Stone, what up, Stone? We got the squad in here. Let me go ahead and do some. Let me see if I can bring him up. I think I see him down there.
Yeah, I sent him a request. So, yeah.
Hey, Dr. Bennett, if you see a request, just hit accept. I don't know how it shows up. I don't know if you're using PC or mobile. But while we get Dr. Bennett situated, let's say what up to the guys. What up, Sheepdog?
What up, my guy? How y'all doing, man? I know I ain't around here that much anymore. I got engaged and everything, but I still got all my love for all y'all. I'm still gonna hold it down, keep everybody else engaged. So yeah, man. But yeah, where's Robert Bennett's tag down there? I'm trying to find him, so I'm following.
Right at the bottom of the list. He's here, man.
Cassander. He goes by the alias Cassander.
Cassander.
I'll take that. But yeah, man, craziness going on. Like I've already seen what's going on underneath your purple pill, and all the Glovers are going, wow, is this the Robert Bennett? He's a round earther. He's not a flat earther. Oh my gosh. And y'all like him? Yeah, because he's honest, y'all. He's honest.
They don't know what to do with an honest globe earther. They're like, wait, what?
Last time I saw him answer that question in a post, he said he was a fat earther. So you got to get it from him.
But yeah, no, and I've even seen him, like somebody brought it up to him, like, what do you think about flat earth? I think Witsit brought it up to him, or you did, Alan. And he's like, you know what? Honestly, I haven't really looked into it like that. I've spent all my focus on ether and like the position in the sky and everything like that. So honestly, you don't know, man. Like he may just one day decide to look into it and be like, damn, it's flat.
Hey man, that is a fact. Hey, look, when we say flat earth, right, it has like misconceptions just off of the term flat earth. And we always try to make sure that we give like a proper description, geocentric level topographical plane. But that's just one component, guys. The description of the surface is just one component of our reality. Like there's multiple things that's going on in our real life when you go outside. And, these are the things that we talk about. And the ether is part of that, which was acknowledged in the past. And this is what's going to happen. This is the key of having someone like Dr. Bennett being willing to even having a conversation with us, giving us his expertise and his background within the physics and the science community. They can't discredit Dr. Bennett, right? There's no more genetic fallacies. You can't just dismiss the arguments anymore based on the fact that they're coming from a flat earther, because now you got somebody in SciComm that's acknowledging the ether, guys. And I mean, with specificity too. I mean, this. I was listening back to one of Dr. Bennett's presentations a couple of days ago, and I mean, I'll let him come up here and talk about it once we rotate him up. I mean, but he's got decades in physics. I mean, understands it through and through, in and out. So now you're going to have to address some of the things that they're going to be talked about today. Go ahead, Sheep.
And I just wanted to like finally say this, and then I'll back down and let y'all go through the mics and everything. But like, y'all don't understand. Dr. Bennett is special, man. He literally has the ability to go deep in conversation and then drag it back out and make it coherent to just the layman term. Like I've truly enjoyed listening to him talk. This isn't about flat Earth versus globe Earth. This is about taking mainstream science, taking a look at it, seeing if there is a kinematic equivalence. Is there another explanation for what we're seeing going on out there in the universe that we're looking into? And Dr. Bennett, I'm honored that you're here today, brother. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
That is a fact. I thank you for highlighting that, bro. Yeah, I mean, this is just such an important time to discuss like the sciences, discuss the nature of our reality, because a lot of people are waking up, and we have the privilege of talking to someone with a credential that has the the footing in the scientific community, and doing this in a spare time, like again, I'm really appreciative. There's a lot of support over here for you, Dr. Bennett. So I'm glad that you pulled up, and can't wait to hear from you. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the listeners and the people on the mic can't wait to hear what you got to say as well. We're going to keep it light, but we're going to make sure that we, try to get into some of the technicalities behind, what if an ether is a reality? What does that change? What is our interpretation of the sciences if we acknowledge the ether? How does all of that form and shape our reality? Like it's not just a word to describe the same thing that space-time. No, these are fundamentally different concepts. And it's just so, it's such a breath of fresh air to hear the honesty from the scientific community, because you really don't get it that often. They all work within a specific framework, and a lot of it is just misinterpreted. But you're not going to have to hear from me today. You're going to hear from the guys that actually put the science up. So great addition, Sheepdog. I appreciate you, and shout out to you with the engagement, bro. Good to see you. I don't know if you was here last week. We missed you, bro. But good to see you this week, and thank you for holding down Flatter Friday pregame, bro.
Hey, real quick, Cassander, I sent you an email if you need some help trying to figure out the mic situation or whatever. So check your email, and there's some instructions there that might guide you
along. I also put
along.
some quick notes in the main chat on Discord on the Ether Cosmology server. It's the currently last post, so it's easy to find. It's all about how to get your volume right when you're joining the space, and how to get your mic level right all night.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than Discord, just a little bit. But once you up here, we're gonna rock out. We're gonna get it right. And thanks for that, Stone. I appreciate it. Hey, while we wait to get the mic situated, let's slide to my man Orwellian, and then we'll tap in with the Presidente, Run Boston Bear. Orwellian, what up, bro?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Happy Friday, man. We're back at it again. The alarm clock goes off every Friday, and I keep trying to get these people to wake up, man. And they don't want to wake up. They just want to shout at me. Like, why are you waking me up? All right, go back to sleep then. Earth flat as fuck. I'm asleep, though, right? No, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to actually to hear what Dr. Bennett's got to say. And what I think one of the things that I wanted to highlight with regards to him and the honesty that's been touched on, he's just an honest guy, right? what we typically get with people that call us science deniers, right, and things like that, or people that they're just appealing to authority, right, obviously, and those quote unquote scientists they're kind of just following the money. Everybody's seen that meme, you know, the dude looking through the microscope at a big ass wad of cash. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
Dude, I haven't seen that. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's no lie. It's 100% of scientists agree that.
Oh, look, he found the money right where he was looking for it.
Found it. Found it, bro.
Uh-oh, did he cut out?
Yeah, we kind of lost our Williams output there.
Oh, no.
Out.
Man, you're breaking up still, man. Thanks, Elon.
How about now?
Perfect.
That's better.
You good? You good?
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you got so what I was getting at there, almost globed out. What I was getting at is, I think that when it's refreshing when you find somebody that is willing to just look at it for what it is and not be influenced by money. Most of these scientists that are studying things like climate change, this, that, and the other thing, they are not going to. They're not going to take food off their own plate, right? They're going to come up with a desired outcome because that's what they're being paid to do. So when you get to have interactions with people that are literally just about the science, not about the money, man, that's refreshing. So I'm super stoked. Only other thing I got, man, I don't know how this happened, but I got Ozzy in my timeline, invited him up in here. You know he ain't gonna come. I don't know if I should be honored or appalled that I got this dude clapping at me, but it was over, stupid flirts with P1000s not knowing how to focus their camera, which again I find funny and ironic. He says learn. His thing, he likes to tell you to learn a thing, right? Learn this, learn that. Bro, this is what we do every Friday. Learn some stuff. Come learn a thing, man. Man, so yeah, I got that going on, but otherwise, man, it's been a good week. I'm stoked to be here. I see Witsit down there. What's up, Witsit? Shane, what's going on, Alan? I'm a Landstone. Ken, the mayor's up. I'm stoked to be here, and I can't wait to hear him speak, man.
Hey, yo, Orwellian, how was the rest of your birthday weekend? Your first day.
Oh, bro, it was good. So we were up on Lake Mille Lacs. It's a pretty good sized lake. I haven't hooked the camera up to the computer yet. I played around with some Zoom stuff, bringing boats in and out of focus. But at the end of the day, it was it was kind of just me and my kids, my roommate out there trolling around on the lake, man, catching some fish, trying to catch some fish. It's a hard lake to fish, but the weather was beautiful. The cabin was beautiful. It was just It's exactly what I needed, man. Sometimes we gotta, IRL, you gotta unplug, man, and that was my unplug. Back to the grind, but couldn't be happier, man. I appreciate you asking. It was great.
Facts. It's important to touch grass every now and again, guys.
Hey, good to hear you from your Orwellian always. Your mic's always clean. I like what you say as well. Man, this is going to be an exciting night. I'm going to drop my mic rather quickly to just tune in and listen. Congratulations also, Sheepdog, on the engagement. That's always fun. But when I hear Dr. Bennett speak, I don't know if this is going to make sense to everybody here, but with this man, age, he's timeless. He's authentic. He's genuine. He's deep, like they were saying earlier. And when you hear him speak, you know that he's not trying to bring anything sideways at all. He's hungry for the truth. He's seeking it just like any of us. And it's beautiful to hear him teach what he's learned, over the years. And that's what, earlier someone said, it's not about flat Earth versus globe Earth tonight. It's really not about that at all. It's about what's the truth. And I love when Dr. Bennett brings it. And then the origin story of the Ether Lads, that video got posted. I guess Shane and Alan have it on their channels. I loved it. Just hearing about how these guys met. I mean, I watched it happen in real time, but to just kind of hear play-by-play of how this has grown as a community, and even Flat Earth Fridays, I didn't even know about it. Found it and have just tried to show up every week. So that's all I got. A lot of love for y'all. This is an amazing journey. This is only the beginning. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, Proud, if you could drop me down. I don't want to exit and come back and have an issue. So if one of you guys could drop my mic, that'd be great.
I got you guys.
Hey, appreciate you, RBB. I think you had a flirt day last week too, didn't you?
Oh yeah, the 18th I turned 44. Aurelian probably around the same time, I guess.
He was actually running against you in the election. Unfortunately, he lost.
No one runs against JT and wins. Literally no one.
We had to run somebody, and he was the next best. You know, he's a respectable man of character. But unfortunately, JT just had all the votes. So
he might have been set up to fail, you might say, but don't tell anyone that.
Might have been some sort of Bernie Sanders patsy. Like right before they were about to have a debate, we gave JT all the answers, and JT smoked them.
Y'all are wild.
Yeah, somebody leaked emails that we did that. We killed that guy. We told everyone it was a robbery. I mean, that didn't happen.
That joke's better if it falls on silence.
Allegedly. Go ahead, Ken. Jump in before they incriminate themselves.
It's good banter. I've been with Flat Earth Fridays for a little bit now, and I think I can honestly say that this tonight I is probably the most excited I've been for Flat Earth Fridays. I got to see Witsit with Dr. Bennett. I really liked it, and then somehow being part of being accepted over there at Ether Cause and welcomed in. I've had the pleasure of hearing him speak a few times, and he truly is wonderful to listen to. I enjoy it, and this is probably the most excited I've been for a Flat Earth Fridays ever. So yeah, welcome, Dr. Bennett, and thank you for carving out time for us.
You guys gonna give him a complex. You're gonna get up here and be like,
I know.
you said I didn't need a presentation, right? And I was like, yep, I did say that. Yep.
Man, he only knows how to be smooth. It's going to be great.
Yeah, he's absolutely. I think he speaks great, and he can explain things. Listening to him, I'd heard of Newton's bucket. Listening to him, I think I finally got it. You know, it just he's good. I'm proud that he's here.
Right? We love him. He's taught us many things. We learn from him all the time. I don't think he's fully aware of the devastation that we've wrought with what he's taught us, but we are good students and we're interested in what he has to say. And I think that that goes a long way. What we do with it after the fact is anyone's business or whatever.
Right. And look, the information, right? This is not just exclusive for flat earthers. Like, we want the globe earthers to take this information in as well. Right? Like, this is not something that is like a gotcha. This is just literal science, literal physics from an established member from the science community.
Do you remember that one time I brought it up and the dude was like a PhD and he called me retarded and then went silent for 20 minutes and then was like, actually, opened up his mic. He was like, you know what? You're right. It does say all that, what you said. And we have known for 400 years. And then we never heard from him again, right?
Unfortunately, it tends to happen like that way too much.
That was Dr. Bennett. We learned that from him. So.
Jump in, Liliana. Then I want to hear from RG, Coffee, and Pablo on stage. Oh, and we got a trigger Toby up here too.
Hey, good evening. This promises to be such an exciting evening here with Dr. Robert Bennett. I just wanted to do my usual little ambassador duty. And sorry to repeat for anyone that has heard this before, but just for the benefit of the people that might be listening for the first time or whatever, I just wanted to say, we do all this for our future generations. And I think that our children and our children's children deserve to have access to free and fair science, And even as recently as 90, 100 years ago, flat Earth was totally taught in schools. So I don't know why we can't do that again and allow children to make up their own minds as to which paradigm they prefer to subscribe to. So with that in mind, I think that it's a great idea for us to support all the lead thinkers who put in so much time and such a huge chunk of their life into pushing flat Earth science forward. And without their work, we're not going to have legitimacy, really. So I want to just lovingly try and inspire all of you to support them. And Shane and Alan, Toby, Whitson, if you guys want to just put your, Ko-Fi address or whatever down there in the purple pill, that would really be helpful. I do have a pinned tweet, and the information is there, and it's a very short thread, the pinned tweet, but Shane did put the information there if you guys want. But in the purple pill would be great. And I think that, I was telling you guys last time that in the Vedic tradition, it's very customary to show respect and reverence and gratitude, appreciation for our teachers, because it creates a really good loop, a really beautiful, healthy loop where we learn better and the teacher teaches better. And it's just all around really excellent karma. But mostly I just want to emphasize that, we do this for our children and our children's children. So let's get all our scientists really strong so they never have to think about bills and rent and mortgage, whatnot. And they can just put all their energy into keeping flat Earth science going forward. So love you guys so much. This whole community is just amazing. And I feel so privileged. As I said before, you guys are like an oasis in this world that is full of so much misinformation, disinformation, ignorance, and lies. So I feel so blessed. I feel that God has just blessed me with all of your, not only your intellect and your, high level of knowledge, but the high level of integrity and honesty to me is even more precious. So God bless you all, and Sacred and Proud, thank you so much for holding this incredible space. You guys do it with so much selfless energy. So just God bless everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Okay,
You can
guys.
take my mic. I don't need it, really.
We are back with the good doctor in the room now. He's ready to accept a mic request, I bet. On the pop-up, Dr. Bennett in the lower left, you'll see a mic icon. Click that once, turn it into a green check, and they will give you a mic. That will make it turn red eventually to show you that you have a mic and are muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
just
think we
sent
lost
him
him again. Oh man,
a shot of it so he could.
he could be getting his volume right at this point. We were just
Did
giving him
anyone warn him
coaching.
of the constant closures, app closures, interrupts, resets, etc.?
No.
Whatever. Okay,
No,
cool.
I threw him in dry. But Stone's
All right,
on
all
voice
right.
with him right now. God bless
Yeah, he's
Stone.
got some of that.
Thanks for taking over on that.
Proud,
Yeah,
clear,
let's not scare him off before he even gets on.
Proud, clear mic space, Bennett.
I got you. I did want to say thanks again, Liliana, for your positivity.
Yeah, Proud, you could take my mic. You could take my mic.
Oh yeah,
while we
Lily, thank
get him
you
up here,
for the kind
we'll leave
words,
that.
man. Much appreciated. That's why you're
Always
the
thank you,
ambassador
Liliana.
of Flat Earth. You're the man.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Facts. That's actually
Madam
my
Ambassador.
homework for everyone, listeners, flat earthers. Spread some positivity this week, like amongst all the anti-flat earthers and all the negativity. Like, definitely spread the positivity to each other, so we all have something to look forward to, something to brighten our day a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, if someone throws a barb at you, just oh yeah, you're at the center of everything and divine creation of God's will, haha, take that or whatever. It's really effective.
Yo, I told someone in the YouTube comments that it was on a science propaganda video or whatever, and it was just wow, I'm so mystified that we're insignificant DS, and I'm like, nah, bro, you're definitely important and you're here for a reason. And he replied back a week later, was he told me to go F myself. So
Yeah, they don't know how to take that.
That's
Vindictive kindness,
crazy.
dude.
It's crazy.
Hey, real quick before we get to triggered, I just want to second what Liliana saying because the squad make it really easy to digest this information. I mean, you just go to Witz's channel and you get to see everything that he's got over there. You can go to Shane's website, you could see everything they got over there at adl.place. You can go to Alan's channel, you can see everything he got over there. The real Toby over at EtherCause. You got Stone over there on BitChute. I mean, there's just like such a wealth of information that's like at our fingertips, disposable. And I mean, they're literally breaking down these higher level concepts in such a digestible way. Like we're almost spoiled. So when Liliana says, we're doing this for, the next generation, these guys are making it easy. They're making it easy. All we're doing is trying to put a platform together where we can all share this in one spot. And everybody can get all the sauce and get all their information and their questions off in one place. But that's only a fraction of the work, right? The guys do it all. And I just want to appreciate, the squad again for pulling up consistently. I mean, I'm chopping up with Alan in the middle of the night, just going over like scientific papers, like in his spare time, bro. Like it's crazy the amount of time and dedication that they put in just for us, because they know that our lives are busy. They know that we got things that we got to do. They know that the average person is not going to look into all of these technical aspects of the sciences. And, we're really blessed and privileged to have that access to the information in the way that they give it to us. So great point, Liliana. Again, shout out to the squad. Can't wait to get into it. I think we got a few more people on mic, and there's been a couple of things I did want to touch on that happened on the timeline over the past couple of days. But let's hear from the rest of the guys first. Triggered you up? Who are you anyway?
Actually, this is Sabine Haasfender. I bought this account from Triggered Toby. I just want to announce that we're having a slap fight with Jack Stone's book, The Great Delusion of the 21st Century, next week in Stuttgart. The loser will have to sit through Professor Dave lectures for about 8 hours. Buy your tickets now.
Who the hell is Triggered Toby? I want my Triggered Toby back.
I'm just kidding. Sabine Haasbender, she offered to buy the account, but I said politely no. No, just want to shout out, guys. I'm working on Jack Stone's book right now. And
Dude, what a good impression you just did. And holy crap, I just remembered that I saw the book on my counter today. Sorry, go ahead, dude.
Good stuff. No, shout out to Proud and Sacred for hosting, and looking forward to what the good Professor Bennett has to say to us tonight. You can drop my mic down now. Just enjoying the gravy. Have a good night, guys.
Do you later.
Anyone else like scared of how good that was an impression?
Dude, that was so good.
It's like I can't trust anything anymore, dude.
Not actually Toby.
But also, I've never seen him and Toby in the same room together. So
I was just about to say that.
There might be a little superposition or something. I don't know.
Well, depending on your reference frame,
A reference frame dependent Toby.
Are we talking about like the Toby?
Yeah, we're talking about like the Toby field.
Oh well, there's one thing Toby can't lie about. So how do you feel about climate change, bro?
Well, there's the penguin
and Bitcoin.
Oh, well, there are penguins.
yeah, and Bitcoin's the new future, right?
Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's all I fuck with.
Yeah,
Sorry, we
that's-
can.
Not really him. That's
Not
definitely
Toby. Not Toby confirmed.
Sorry, I'm watching my kids tonight.
No, we've already confirmed he's a cool troll. He came by one day and we gave him the grill and he gave us one of those and we were like, nah, he's cool. He's fine. He's accepted by everyone.
I need more Sabine Haasbender smackdowns from him though.
Hey, tell Sabine we live. Let her know where we at.
Hey guys, I hope everybody's doing good tonight.
What's up, RG?
What was that? That was wild. Hey, hope everybody's doing good tonight. Appreciate you hosting. I'm interested to hear what Robert Bennett has to say as well. I just want to touch point and answer a question on. I had heard Sacred mention earlier. What would it be like if it was proven to be a reality, the ether? And I would hope that it will stay out of the government's hands for one, and two, the big corporations. I don't know what would happen with them, but I could honestly say that the technology would change drastically. And to reiterate what Liliana was saying about it needs to be in the schools again. And that's absolutely true because that's our future, And I would hope that it wouldn't be used for nefarious purposes. That kind of technology, it's around us all the time. It's readily available, So I just wanted to address that. I think if we would fight hard in the beginning to keep it out of the wrong hands, and in the honest scientific community, that's where a reality, I think, would happen, and I would like to see that. But I just want to say that, guys. Hope everybody's doing well, man. Much love.
I think the fact that it's already in our hands and we have people who are openly willing to explore it is already a good sign. They can't destroy and burn our books. They have to acknowledge that we have some of this information as well, and that we're able to look into it and research and spread it. So I think that is true. We don't want them to corrupt it, grab it, take a hold of it, and change it, and then lock the patents up for deriving it. But they also have to acknowledge that we are kind of the ones who started talking about it and willingly, openly exploring it. So yeah, no, hopefully it does stay within the open thinkers of science or mainstream psychom.
I would hope so. Yeah. I'm going to get my mic up. That way it can make room for more people. But God bless y'all, man. Much love.
Yeah, definitely. If anybody wants to chime in before we get kicked off, give Robert Bennett some time through his technical difficulties. But yeah, we're still up and kicking. I do want to hear from the other speakers. Saker, you were talking about this week's events, but we got a couple hands.
Yeah, let's get through the hands real quick, and then I want to touch on one or two things and kind of get you guys' reaction before we get Dr. Bennett up here. I think Mr. Xavier was next, right? I think so. I see L Man up here.
Yeah.
Mr. Xavier, what up, my boy?
Yeah. What's going on, fam? I'm really excited. I'm geeking out today. I really enjoy heading into either cause, and whenever Bennett gets to chime in, I learn a lot. Sometimes we trip over the most complicated things, but we also trip over this most simple and simple of notions. And that notion, what I learned from Bennett was, you got to take it down to the most fundamental notion. All of these cause and effect tests that are done in science, where are these laws of physics derived from? Right? They're derived from an experimenter in a lab. So whenever you're comparing these motions, these cause and effect tests, you got to consider where it's done in the first place. Now, modern science will have you believe that your reference frame is paramount. Your frame of reference is key. Well, we know that can't be true, because if I jump out of a plane, I could treat my reference frame as stationary and the ground rushing towards me, and the same can be said for the ground being stationary as I'm rushing towards it. And we know both of these can't be true at the same time. We're in motion relative to what? An absolute reality. And then when he said that, we kind of know it in the back of our head, but having it put succinctly, it says, yeah, of course. Why are we even playing their game of reference frames and warping coordinate systems? Why are we even doing that? we have to start with reality. And from there, I kind of pick up on the flaws of relative simultaneity, et cetera, et cetera. So I can't thank Bennett enough just for putting things succinctly and with his experience, just having that translated out to practical demonstration and learning. So great team. I'm going to go ahead and head down to listener because I'm testing some audio because Lily is right. We have a great team of sharing resources, and Shane was awesome in giving me some resources to learn with OBS so I could have some visuals with my presentations as well. And the audio testing I'm doing is great, and it comes out stronger in the listener. So I'm going to go there. So great team. I mean, I can't say enough good things. Sacred has put a great community together. You know, the we is something I'm still getting used to because, you know, we all adhere, we come here from our own little journeys, but the we is something I'm getting used to. There's a lot of great minds that you did not know we're heading in the same direction, and it's cool that we bumped into each other. So thank you for that, and thank you, Bennett, and I can't wait to listen to what he has to say.
No doubt, no doubt. I forgot to kind of explain this, but I'm waiting for Bennett to come up. Because this is his model, right? It's called Alpha. And when we're talking about, you know, frame of references, that's very important, especially when making observations. So what does Alpha stand for as acronym, right? The absolute lab frame fluid ether. Super ingenious. I love it. Hopefully we get some details a little bit later. Shout out to you, X. And feel free to request back up, man, if you have any questions once we get into it. Let's slide over to Toxic Goy Hole.
Hello, everyone. I've been batting around an idea for a way to make an observation that you could get the globies to notice. Do you remember the Georgia Guidestones that they blew up during COVID? They was aligned to celestial north, like the north.
Anyone there?
Hold on, one second, Al. Hey, Dr. Bennett, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, brother. Good to see you.
Thank you, guys. It was a struggle to get here, but I finally got the voice connected.
We had faith in you.
Dude. And you sound great, by the way.
And still.
Well, that's good because I heard I've been breaking up on other conversations.
Yeah, your mic is perfect. Once you get used to navigating on Twitter Spaces, it'll become way easier. It's just like a learning curve. Oh no.
A learning parabola.
So I'd be a newbie.
You're a newbie today, Dr. Bennett. But it's great to have you. I appreciate you showing up last minute, especially on a Friday night, man. You really could be anywhere in the world, and you're here with us. I just want to say thank you again and again and again. It's just super appreciative. I know you put in a lot of work in your field of study. And it's just a privilege to hear you speak openly, because I know you said, like, you know, some things that you really couldn't talk about while actually working, and now being retired, you are a little bit having more freedom to express your own ideas, and it's just super valuable to all of us. So I hope you can see that everybody in here have all been waiting for you, looking forward to hearing from you, and you really got a support system over here. So thank you very much for showing up, man. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Do you want me to address any particular topic, or I don't know?
How about a full-on presentation?
History of my background.
Yeah, you ready for that?
Yeah. How about we start with the history of your background, and then we get into the Newton's bucket.
Okay. Yeah, good idea. Well, I guess we could start with my first interest in science was in physics in high school, when it turned out that I could answer questions that other kids couldn't. And I was wondering why, because the answers seemed obvious to me. And then I had a decision to make to study languages in college or physics. And I said, with languages, I probably wouldn't make too much money. I'd be a UN interpreter or something. So I went for physics, and then after that, graduate school, and did a thesis on general relativity, which is ironic because what I did was support one of the predictions of Einstein's general relativity. And it turns out that after I graduated and I learned more about relativity, I actually opposed what I wrote in my own thesis, which was about the rotation of a satellite in a gravitational field. And that was tested once out in California. They sent up a satellite to detect whether the gravity field would cause it to rotate according to Einstein's relativity. And it did approximately, but it was a very, very sensitive experiment. So
Dr. Bennett, let me ask you about that really quick. So what happens? So because obviously when you get your PhD, you have to contribute something to science. But then if you find something later on in your studies that contradict that first position, well, how does that play out in the scientific community?
Well, what you usually do when you complete your PhD, you've written your thesis and you graduate, you usually go for a postdoc. You look to increase your research and contribute in some way, paying back to society what you've contributed, or what they've contributed to you in providing your education. Now, it's interesting. I got a 4-year scholarship to complete my PhD, and guess which government agency gave me the scholarship?
Uh-oh. Who wants to take the first guess?
Think moon. NASA. NASA gave me a scholarship to complete my PhD. And of course, I didn't get any offer from NASA when I graduated, and so I wasn't really interested in following NASA. So I got into teaching in a community college. Well, first at Manhattan College, and then at a local community college. After 15 years of teaching math and physics at a college level, I decided to quit, to retire, actually. And then I worked for a phone company, small phone company. I worked for Federal Electric, which is a government contractor. I worked for Bell Labs in Jersey. And then I worked in Chase Manhattan Bank, now JP Morgan Chase. And I was hired to help them connect with the internet, to start their business operations using the internet. And let's see, I worked there for about 10 years, and then I retired. And since then, I've been writing on the internet with monographs that support my view of what relativity should be, of what the distinction between kinematics and dynamics is, and various other topics like Newton's bucket, which is a key part of exploring what's wrong with mainstream physics. Excuse me. I think you could summarize what I've done since I graduated as being a dissident and exposing some of what I think are the fallacies and the misdirection and the misinformation that has been provided to the public through our public institutions, the colleges and universities, and government research, which supports what is mainly mainstream research. So I think that brings you up to date on where I am now, basically retired and able to do a lot of things that I couldn't do before, but not having as much intellectual what should I say, intellectual capability as I did when I was younger. So I'm looking for younger help, I guess, in exploring the ether and what it means to have a geocentric view of the world. So I think that should be enough. If there's any questions.
Well, I think you're in the right place for that purpose. And when you started to talk about how you were an intellectual dissident, all I could hear in the back of my mind was the military mantra, there's no life like it. And I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you want to get into Newton's bucket then? Or?
Hold on 1 second, Dr. Bennett. Can you explain your position? I've heard you use geocentric and geocentrist and geostatist.
Right.
Can you explain to the audience the difference between the two and which one you appeal to, if not both or neither, or whatever the case is?
Sure. Geocentrism is the common term to mean that the Earth is the center of the universe. And when I'm asked, I usually say I'm a geocentrist, because to explain what I really believe in would probably be a distraction. Let me explain. Geocentrism, to be tested by the scientific method, would require that you know what the boundaries of the universe are. If you say the Earth is the center of the universe, that implies that you know what the boundaries of the universe are. And of course, we don't. The better telescopes we build, the deeper we can see into space. And so far, there hasn't been a limit where you get to a point where there's a sign saying, end of universe, go no further. So I guess you could say, another way of looking at it is the poles of the Earth could be extended. The North and South poles could be extended. I certainly agree that the Earth is on the axis of rotation. That is, we can obviously see everything around us in the cosmos is rotating, and it's rotating around not us specifically, but the polar axis of the Earth. Polaris, the North Star, for example, has a very small circle around the North Pole. It isn't exactly at the North Pole, but that doesn't circle the Earth. It circles the North Pole extended into space. So if someone could prove that the North Pole and the South Pole are of equal length as they extend into space, then that would be a way of saying, okay, the Earth is centered on the axis of rotation. And that would be one definition of it being central. But if you can't tell me what the boundary of the universe is, then you can't tell me that the Earth can be tested to see if it is at the center. Now, what I do believe is that the Earth is perfectly at rest. That I can prove using Newton's bucket and other tests. I can also appeal, and this may offend some people, I can also appeal to the Bible, which tells us in about 30 verses or more that either the Earth is at rest, the Earth is at rest, it cannot be moved, or it says the sun rises and the moon rises, implying that the sun and the moon move, but the Earth doesn't. In no case in the Bible does it ever say that the Earth moves, and it never says that the sun and the moon are stationary, except for that one case in Joshua's battle where the sun and the moon were told to stand still for a few hours so that Joshua could defeat the Philistines. So, what I'm saying is, I'm a geostatist, which is the word you might use to indicate that the Earth is at rest. But I'm not necessarily a geocentrist because I don't see how you could test that.
Now, that is a very honest answer, Dr. Bennett. Thank you for that. Now,
that is empirical purity.
Exactly, right. And so what you're hearing, guys, is someone who has a wealth of knowledge in the science and physics and still says, hey, it is even hard for me to claim the center of all things because I would have to test the boundaries and I don't know the boundaries. So it wouldn't be honest for me to say that this is proof or there's evidence of it if I can't test it, because we all appeal to the scientific method, right? Trying to test causality and not just correlations. And you can have your own beliefs, but when we're talking about the actual sciences, there's strict parameters that we should stick to in order to make those positive claims. Now, we've got the definitions between geocentrists and geostatists. Thank you for that, Dr. Bennett. Now, when you hear the average person or mainstream science or the average globe earther claim heliocentrism, what are your thoughts on that? Because I've heard you use another term called acentrism. Can you break that down for the audience?
Yeah, heliocentrism means that the Earth, that the sun is the center of the solar system, not necessarily the center of the universe, but then again, you have different branches of belief. And heliocentrism was introduced by, the famous event in history. Copernicus wrote a book, De Revolutionibus Orbum, concerning the revolution of the world. And that was supported by Galileo. And that, is a famous historical event. It overthrew the belief up to that time that the world was the way we see it. That is, as we look out into the sky, we see everything moving around us, which implies that we are at rest and the rest of the universe is rotating around us. But Galileo showed that there's a concept of relative motion, that if you were on one of those objects in the sky, say the moon, then the relative motion you would see would include the Earth. So the Earth would be in motion for someone on the moon because the person on the moon assumes that they are at rest. So this is what is called kinematics. That is proving something by measurement. And kinematics cannot prove whether an object is at rest or in motion. If you remember anything else from tonight, remember that, because a lot of scientists, including physicists, try to use kinematics to prove that the Earth is moving around the sun and the sun is at rest. That cannot be proven by kinematics. It can be proven by dynamics. And dynamics is a shorthand way of saying the laws of physics. Newton's laws are laws of dynamics. Maxwell's laws of electrodynamics, those are laws of motion, laws of physics. So the question was, just remind me what, heliocentrism, right? That was the topic?
Yeah, heliocentrism versus acentrism. And then
Right.
I just want to delve into kinematics versus dynamics right after that, and then we'll go into your Newton's bucket for why it shows the Earth being at rest. I'm just trying to take the audience one step at a time, because a lot of them may not know your history and why you appeal to the things that you appeal to. So I want to give them piece by piece before we get into the technicalities. So you're doing a great job, Dr. Bennett. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, acentrism means that there is no center. Instead of arguing, is the Earth at the center? Is the sun at the center? Is there some other object in the universe that's the center? Relativity says it doesn't matter. And that's the kinematic approach. It says, I can't tell by measurement whether I'm moving or not. And so we call that acentrism, which is the position of most mainstream physicists today. They believe that there is no place that you can say you're at rest or that you're at the center of the universe. And that's consistent with a kinematic view of relativity.
So let's just clarify that real quick, Dr. Bennett. So if you hear someone that says, hey, heliocentrism this, heliocentrism that, would you say that that's an outdated worldview?
Yeah, well, that's consistent with their education, because that's what all schools, public, parochial, private, almost all schools that I know of preach the mainstream concept of heliocentrism. To tell you the truth, the reason they do that, even though relativity says their doctrine is acentrism, it's because it's anti-religious. It's anti-religious because the church originally insisted that Galileo declare that the Earth is geocentric, is at rest, because the Bible indicates that. And that position has been taken since the time of Galileo and Copernicus, and that continues to this day. Any indication that the world is not heliocentric is irrationally attacked, because mainstream claims relativity is correct, which means acentrism is their belief, and yet they promote heliocentrism because it attacks geocentrism, which is a biblical belief.
Wow, that is so. And guys, this is 106 episodes of Flat Earth Fridays. How many globe earthers, how many anti-flat earthers came through and have been preaching about heliocentrism week in, week out? And think about this, and I'm gonna let Dr. Bennett continue. Think about how many times you heard the guys, Whitsitt, for example, explain to these people who may not have a in-depth knowledge of the sciences or physics, like, hey, when you're learning grade school educational physics, that's not really applicable to current mainstream science. You're learning Newton when that has been completely debunked or superseded or whatever you want to call it. How many times have you heard witches say that? And how many times have you heard them try to gaslight witches and say, hey, what are you talking about? You have no idea. And now you hear Dr. Bennett saying some of the things that they're still teaching you in school today in 2024 is completely like just wrong. It's not what they appeal. I won't say wrong, but it's not what they appeal to. That's not their worldview in the highest level of the sciences. So just digest what Dr. Bennett is telling you guys and think about all the interactions we done had over here on Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter, week in and week out. I mean, it's really astonishing that it's going to take someone else, even though we've been saying it for this long, to say the exact same thing that we've been saying. It's crazy. Go ahead, Dr. Bennett, continue.
Yeah, if you believe in Einstein, okay, which almost every mainstream physicist will say, then you must believe in acentrism, because you can't claim that there's a center. And as I just said, those who insist on heliocentrism are, number one, conflicting with Einstein and all the relativists. And the reason they're doing it in most cases is because it's opposed to the historical opposition to the church when it declared that the earth is the center of the universe. All right, so it's sort of a mixture of religion and science that leads us to the way we are today, with such a confusing opinions about a simple question: is the earth the center of the universe? Is the sun? Or is neither? You can get different answers from different people for those questions.
Doesn't sound like the science is settled to me at all, Dr. Bennett. What you think?
No, it's not. But the trouble is, I think it hasn't even come close to being settled in the right direction, which is geocentrism. Most people believe in heliocentrism if they don't have any knowledge of Einstein's theory, and those that do have knowledge, well, they either will say acentrism, which is correct based on their belief, or heliocentrism if it's a religious objection. Shall we go to Newton, or Newton's bucket?
Oh yeah, well, one more thing before we get to Newton's bucket, right? Would you say then, Dr. Bennett, that mainstream science has somewhat of a biased agenda, which is the antithesis of how science is supposed to operate?
Yeah, I think there are certain elites, the ones who write the textbooks, the ones that teach in the universities, even the ones now that put out the science videos, because they have a big audience. They have the ability to affect the thinking of many people. And they've all been educated in the mainstream beliefs. And so a lot of people accept the authority of the scientists, even though the scientists themselves say that everyone can do science and objectively find the truth for themselves. That is, they can do the experiments and test the theories themselves. But realistically, most people, of course, are only interested in passing a course in school. And even those who are interested in science will accept the view of the authorities because they have the experience. They also have the ability to affect their grades and their future employment to a certain extent. So that all of this affects the the acceptance of what I call mainstream theories. And I think it's indoctrination without people being aware of it, that they can do science for themselves. Well, of course, you can't do experiments in space like NASA can, because no one has the budget or the equipment, or in many cases the intellectual ability to build a spacecraft and do the testing in space. So there's obviously, and the other would be the particle physics. In order to test the theories of the smallest particles in nature, you have to build these enormous laboratories costing, they're approaching $1 billion now. And every time they find a particle, or even if they don't find a particle, they say, if we only had enough energy, we would be able to find the energies. So they promote their ideas to the government in order to get funding for exploration, which in most cases is not justified. If there isn't a real indication that they're going to find something new, then it's questionable whether they should get the money for these huge particle accelerators. I think
that's a great point that you made, Dr. Bennett. That's a great point. And, you know, I don't know how long you've been engaged in like this type of conversation when we talk about, you know, polarizing ideas when it comes to like flat Earth and, you know, globe Earth, the shape of the world. Obviously, you probably maybe met some contention with some of your views with, you know, being geostatist and with the ether. But we talk about this all the time about indoctrination and a select group of people that control all the information that we as a community or as a society digest. And we get ridiculed all the time by being honest, because you know we had to come to our own conclusions. We had to make a personal choice. What do we believe in, or what do we subscribe to? What can we test and verify, and what are they telling us is fact that we can't test and verify? And we had to come to our own conclusion. So when we say, hey, some of the things that you may be learning is indoctrination, or there may be a select group of people that are controlling the information and guiding how you think, we get met with so much pushback and ridicule, like we're the crazy ones. And it's just so interesting in hearing someone at the highest level of science acknowledge it. I mean, it's just mind blowing to me. I'm getting chills just listening to you, bro. That's all I wanted to say. I do want to kind of get into the Newton's bucket. Now, you kind of mentioned kinematics versus dynamics. To my understanding, just like how you were saying, they seem to be building our worldview off of kinematics, right? The measurement or relationship between objects in motion relative to each other, but not having the mechanics or the dynamics behind that motion. And I guess we could kind of move into the Newton's bucket. I don't know if too many people are familiar with that. If you want to go ahead and start breaking that down, feel free.
Sure. First, the distinction between kinematics and dynamics is very important. And one of the reasons we have such confusion in mainstream today is because that distinction is blurred or ignored. Let me just give you a brief definition so that we don't start off confused. Kinematics means measurement. So what you need to perform kinematics, it's very simply a ruler, a clock, okay, and observers, that is someone to interpret the readings. That's all you need. Physics, of course, is the study of motion. So by measuring distance and time, you can calculate speed, distance over time. And by calculating the rate of change of velocity over time, you can calculate acceleration, and so on. So that's the basic starting point of physics, is measuring something to find out what it is, to quantify it. Now, there's another branch of physics. Oh, the first physics, the branch of physics that deals with kinematics is called experimental physics. One of the first things you do when you get your PhD is decide, am I going to go into experimental physics or am I going into theoretical physics? Okay. Kinematics belongs to experimental physics. Dynamics belongs to theoretical physics. And what is theoretical physics or dynamics? Dynamics is using laws of motion, like Newton's laws, to predict the future. So before you do an experiment, before you take your ruler and your clock and measure how something is moving, before you do that, you apply some law of motion, like Newton's laws, and try and predict what your measurement will be. So the key words for kinematic is measurement. The key word for dynamics is prediction. Okay, if you remember those words, you won't confuse whether you're doing a measurement or whether you're making a prediction.
Levelheads, write that down. Kinematics, measurements, dynamics, prediction. Keep that in mind. Continue, Dr. Bennett. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the key. And like I said, even at the highest level in physics, they'll confuse those two. They'll talk about something in a document as though it was predicted, and it wasn't. It was just measured. All right. So you always must look when you join a conversation, a discussion about science. Are they talking kinematics? Are they talking dynamics, predictions? Okay, if we have that definition, if we have that established.
Oh yeah, and just real quick, guys, if you have any questions as you're hearing Dr. Bennett break some of these concepts down, feel free to tweet at me in the purple pill. We'll try to get to some questions afterwards. And some of the lads up here on the mic, feel free if you hear anything that's relevant to the conversation that Dr. Bennett is sharing, add it to the purple pill or share it up top so that way the listeners can follow along. We do have Shane and Alan live on YouTube right now. So for those who want to follow along that way, you could as well. But we'll be sharing some posts here and there throughout the evening as well. Just to give you guys a few different ways to get the information. Go ahead, Dr. Bennett.
Yeah, you can jump in whenever you want. This is a free form discussion. Okay, Newton's bucket. In 1687, Newton published the Principia, and it contained the laws of motion. It was an outstanding work of theoretical physics because from the experiments that he did, he derived three laws. The first law of motion, called the law of inertia, is that a body in motion tends to stay in motion unless some force acts on it. The second law says that the force that is exerted on an object, or excuse me, on a mass, produces an acceleration according to F equals ma. So, the third law is action-reaction, which says that when one force acts on another object, the other object produces the same force in the opposite direction. So there is a coupling of forces. Those are three laws of motion which form the basis of almost all of the physics that was produced after that by future physicists. All right, so we have these 3 laws of motion, and the question is, where do they apply?
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt. As Bennett's going through this, I got if you check the purple pill and you want to see graphics of what he's talking about with the equations and the bucket as he's walking through it all, you can just follow along because he's about to go through what he's about to go through is like the very fundamental and important. So anyway, please continue.
Okay, Newton's bucket. Well, first of all, the question is, where do the laws apply? Newton did the experiment in a laboratory. So he did this in what we call the lab frame or the earth frame at rest. NASA calls it the ECEF, Earth-Centered, Earth-Fixed Frame. Okay, so that's, if you're sitting at your desk right now, sitting watching the screen, then you're in the earth frame because you're at rest with respect to the earth's surface. And that's what the lab frame means. So he knew that his laws were obeyed in the lab frame because he did all the experiments in the lab frame. But then he did an experiment.
In this, Dr. Bennett, Newton assumed that all space was fixed. That's why he was using this frame of reference as the value. Am I getting that right?
All space is fixed? Oh, yeah. You mean, no, you're right, but the way you should phrase it is all reference frames are equivalent. All right?
Thank you. Yeah.
That's the way to state it. In other words, no matter where you are in the universe, if you applied Newton's laws, the 3 laws that I just described, that they would be valid. So he assumed that there was a universal application of his laws. So in the lab, he took a bucket of water, suspended it from a rope, twisted it so that when he released it, it would spin. When you first release the bucket, the water is at rest because there has to be friction or viscosity between the wood of the bucket and the water. So when you release the bucket will spin, but the water will lag behind. But eventually it catches up because with the friction, the water will eventually rotate and it will form a vortex, a depression in the surface of the water. You can all do this, and I'm sure you can all do it in your imagination. You can imagine if you spin even a cup of water, you can see that a whirlpool will form, and the center of the water will be at a lower level than the edges. And the reason for that is centrifugal force. Part of Newton's law predicts the F equals ma part, predicts that the water will be subjected to a rotation, and that rotation will produce a force that depends on the mass of the water, the distance to the center squared, which is the radius, and the angular frequency, which is basically it's the RPM, the frequency of rotation. So the faster you rotate it, the bigger the radius and the bigger the mass, the more force there will be trying to fling the water away from the center. That's what a centrifugal force is. And so he observed this in the lab and he said, well, it's working. I applied the centrifugal force law to the water in the bucket, and it's doing what I predict from the law. He then said, suppose I were on the bucket and observed the same experiment. So here's where you have to do a thought experiment. Suppose Newton is watching a bucket spinning clockwise in the laboratory. Well, if you were on the bucket, firmly attached to the side, you could call that the position of a bucketeer, someone on the bucket. That person would be fixed, and he would see Newton rotating counterclockwise. In fact, he would see the whole lab rotating clockwise, because he can't tell on the bucket whether he's rotating or the lab is rotating. But as far as he's concerned, the bucket is at rest, and it's Newton that is rotating counterclockwise. It's important that
did you guys catch that? So what he's saying is, like, when you're away from the bucket, you can see the bucket spin, but when you're attached, quote unquote, to the bucket, it's hard to differentiate what's actually in motion, because when you're attached to the bucket, it doesn't seem like the bucket is spinning. You just see everything, your environment spinning. Go ahead, Doctor.
In fact, relativity says that you can't tell which one is rotating by measurement. You can't tell by measuring how fast Newton is spinning, as seen from the bucket, or how fast the bucket is rotating compared to Newton. In fact, they're equal and opposite. So measurement, that is kinematics, will not tell you which one is at rest. But we're using dynamics now. We're using the laws of physics, F equals ma, and the centrifugal force law, to try and see if the laws of physics do also are also valid on the bucket. So we had the water rotating at the same speed as the bucket. So relative to the bucket, the water is at rest. In other words, if you were on the bucket, the water would not be rotating. You would see Newton rotating. You'd see the whole world around you rotating, but the water wouldn't be rotating because that's part of the bucket. So if you apply Newton's law to the stationary water, the calm water in the bucket, as seen by the person on the bucket, you would predict that there's no centrifugal force. Why? Because one of the things that is required is that there be a velocity to the water. Remember, the centrifugal force law requires the multiplication of the mass times the radius squared times the frequency of rotation. There is no frequency of rotation on the bucket because the water is stationary with respect to the bucket. So the bucketeer predicts that there is no centrifugal force. But when we do the measurement, we see that there is a vortex. There is a parabola, actually, formed on the surface of the water. And that's contrary to what Newton's law predicts if you're on the bucket. So Newton was puzzled by this, and so was someone named Ernst Mach. If you've ever heard of Mach speed, when applied to the speed of sound, Mach 1 means the speed of sound, and Mach 2 is twice the speed of sound, and so on. Well, the name MACH comes from Ernst Mach, who is the one who tried to explain the Newton's bucket experiment by saying it's the Earth and the distant stars that are affecting the water by exerting a force of inertia on it. And this is what is called Mach's principle. And there are physicists today who believe this, even though it is so vague and untestable that it shouldn't even be considered. In fact, even Wikipedia, if you look up Mach's principle, says that it's too vague and uncertain to be defined. Like I said, though, there are many people who claim that this is explained by Mach's principle. In other words, in some way, the stars, by some force, which isn't gravity, but some force of inertia, is causing the laws of physics on the rotating bucket to be invalid. So we have a problem for Newton and for all the physicists who followed. How do I explain why the rotating bucket does not obey the laws of physics? Newton said that the reason is there's a mathematical space called absolute space where everything is at rest. Well, no, excuse me. There is a frame in which everything is at rest that obeys the laws of physics. But if you are in motion with respect to that absolute space, then the laws of physics will not be valid. The problem with that is he never said where that absolute space is. It's a mathematical concept, which means it doesn't exist in the real world. And if you ask, where should I put my instruments in order to measure the absolute space, he couldn't tell you. So it was a way of explaining it using mathematics, but having no way of verifying it using the scientific method. So that has been a puzzle, actually, for how long? 3.5 centuries. And there has been no real answer to why do the laws of physics only be obeyed when you're on the Earth. But if you're moving with respect to the Earth, like the rotating bucket, or even if you're orbiting, if you do experiments on the moon or on the International Space Station, you'll find that the laws of physics are not valid. You'll be like the bucketeer. You'll find that the laws are not obeyed. So my solution to this is to say that the Earth is a fixed absolute frame of reference. It's the only frame in which the laws of physics are obeyed. This is contrary to all of relativity, which says that any reference frame is valid, even though we've known for 3.5 centuries, based on the Newton's bucket experiment, that this is not true, that the laws of physics are not valid on a rotating or moving frame, any reference frame that's moving with respect to the Earth. Now, physicists hate this interpretation that the Earth has a primary position in the universe. You could go back to Carl Sagan, who was a famous scientist and was very popular about 50 or maybe 40 years ago. He's on Johnny Carson. He wrote many books. And of course, he had what is called the cosmological principle, which says that the Earth is nothing special. It's just a little tiny speck in a vast, infinite universe. And that's called the cosmological principle, which says that there is no preferred location in the universe. Even though the Newton's bucket experiment shows that the laws of physics are only valid when you're on Earth, when you're stationary on Earth. Even if you were moving in a car or a plane or riding a bike, and you took measurements in those moving frames, you would find that the laws of physics are worthless. They're not valid. Despite the overwhelming evidence there's an overwhelming number of mainstream physicists who deny that the Earth has this privileged position in the universe. And of course, this position has religious overtones because the Bible says that the Earth is the center of creation. Okay, why is it the center of creation? Because that's where God's children are. That's basically the reason. But that is in opposition to what is presumed to be a science which is free of religious thought. So there is definitely a thought process in the modern world which says that anything religious is not scientific. And yet we see that if we use religious principles like the Bible agrees with Newton's law, with the result, I should say, of the Newton's bucket experiment. Now, this is a terrific break with what is belief today. I've known this for about 20 years, and yet I still can't get a group that understands the significance of this observation. And
well, you mean a group within the scientific community, right? Because you got like 200 people in here that completely understand where you're coming from, Dr. Bennett. I promise you that.
Yeah, well, I meant in the scientific community because, to tell you the truth, a typical cross of America would not be interested in this at all, right? They wouldn't be interested in hearing about Newton's bucket. So you have to have at least some scientific interest in order to accept and to understand what this concept is.
That's interesting that you say that, Dr. Bennett, because we've had other PhDs that came to Flat Earth Fridays. We articulated our position, and it's true what you say. If they don't have an interest, even if the information is valid, it won't be acknowledged. That's just my experience, as a few other people's experience, in the space every single week. And it's just interesting, that you highlight that. The other interesting thing that you said, and I want to make sure that I slow that down for the audience, is, all of, physics is done from Earth, yet they say that it applies to all the universe, right? But then it doesn't.
Yep.
So I don't know if you could just expand on that just a little bit more, because I really want that to sink in with people, because that's what a lot of I'm just going to say the scientific community, just for general terms. They rely on physics this, physics that, measurement this, measurement that. But then when it breaks down, they incorporate these abstract concepts, or they divert to different forms or different fundamentals of physics. When, to my estimation, me being not part of the scientific community, I don't have a credential, I would think that the scientific community should be working towards physics that is applied to all scales, no matter where you are. What do you say about that?
Yeah, the attitude of mainstream is to go along and get along. All right, that is, if you worked if you were a teacher, let's say, in a university, and you accepted the ideas that I just presented, that the Earth is a privileged reference frame, and the only frame in which you can actually apply the laws of physics. And by the way, it applies to Maxwell's laws too, the laws of electrodynamics. In fact, any law that's generated by what is called the Lagrangian, but that's going deeper into physics. why they resist, I don't know. You could look at politics, right? Why don't more people get involved in politics? Because it's the government that decides, how you're going to live your life. And why aren't people more interested in science? Because it's the technology that comes from the science that determines a lot of the things that change our lives. Just look at what we're talking over now. We're talking over the internet, which didn't even exist 30 years ago. And we're walking around with phones that have more computing power than the huge IBM 360 that I used when I first started on programming. So I guess you get into human nature to try and explain that, and that's above my pay grade. I try to stick to physics, and I have enough opposition from mainstream to try and deal with that.
Yeah, I bet you're probably like their worst nightmare. Me and Proud, my co-host, we talk about this all the time. Like, if we had credentials, we'd probably be terrorizing the scientific community with all, the physics, the science, the papers or whatever they appeal to. Whenever we're trying to have just like a cordial discussion, in these spaces, they always start appealing to like academia, right? And it's just like, that's separate from science. I'm not going to say that there isn't a useful use case for, academia, but to me, that those are separate things. But yeah, you probably are met with a lot of backlash or pushback because this isn't mainstream information. Like, this is something quote unquote fringe, and usually they'll categorize these type of ideas as quacks or something like that just so they could dismiss the information, and I think that's fallacious in itself.
Yeah, you know what a paradigm shift is? It's a change from one way of thinking to another. So we're talking about a paradigm shift here. Can we get people to understand that the Earth really is the only reference frame in which you can apply the laws, and in any other frame, the laws are invalid? Well, let's try to. I lost my train of thought now. I wanted to get some point across. Oh,
we were just talking about mainstream pushback.
Yeah, in your case, as in mine, you're trying to change the mind of a significant number of people, right? And there is a book written that explains what are the different steps in a paradigm shift. When you first go against the mainstream thinking, what you do is usually get ignored. Okay, so you, in your flat Earth point of view, and myself in my uniqueness of the Earth frame point of view, are trying to change what the majority of the people think. And the typical reaction to that is to be ignored. Okay, just ignore them and they'll go away. Then the next step, I think, is that there is a violent reaction. When they see that you don't go away, there is a violent reaction to try and squelch the opposition. And I haven't had a violent reaction because my point of view is not that well known. But perhaps you can address that from your point of view.
Oh yeah, you should see my replies, Dr. Bennett. You haven't been active on Twitter like that, so thank goodness your replies, your mentions, your notifications are safe. But if you start talking about this type of thing in front of the masses, where people are heavily invested for some reason into a specific worldview that was given to them, oh my goodness, you are going to be met with backlash, insults, just derogatory remarks, and none of it will address any of the points with specificity when we're trying to have the conversation. So yeah, we're very familiar with that behavior from the other side, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm only at the first stage. I'm at the stage where I'm being ignored. Okay, you're probably at the second stage where you're getting a counter reaction in trying to shut you up.
Oh, is that what
The
you
third
call a whole
stage
group
is
of
very
groupies?
interesting.
Sorry.
Because if you have the truth, it finally will be accepted when a whole generation dies out. In my example with science, all of the people who oppose me or oppose my idea, if I can promote it long enough to younger people, eventually the older generation of mainstream will die out. And the younger generation, which is more open to new ideas, will be more likely to accept it. And you know what happens then? What happens then is everyone accepts it as though it was always true. In other words, they totally forget that they once opposed it, and now they accept it. I mean, you could take something like they once believed the moon was made of what, blue cheese. And then, you know, just take that as an example. And then when they finally found out that the moon is made of the same basic material as the Earth, then that was accepted as though it had been always believed. So if you're successful with the flat Earth theory, eventually it maybe take a generation or two, but you may get a majority of the people to believe. Of course, there's plenty of examples where theories which are not true, of course, should not be successful. But it's interesting how people will change their attitude as time goes on if they are exposed to the truth. And eventually, I think truth will win out.
You'd hope so, right? If you put truth out there, people who are objective will find it, regardless of the people trying to obfuscate it. And when you say there's a direct reaction, would you say like a whole community of people who had sprung up to directly oppose everything we do, no matter where we do it? Would that be a direct reaction you'd be considering?
We still connected?
Oh, we can't hear me.
Oh, can you not hear Shane talking? That's just another bug of Elon's contraption that we're on right here. Don't know how to resolve that one. But Shane was asking you a question. I don't think I can compress it for you. Want to try again, Shane?
I would say Shane should drop down, and then maybe we'll try that.
Yeah, that's a deal. He's already gone. So when he comes back, he'll ask his question again, I guess.
Yeah, I think he was asking about the reaction. You know, when people dedicate, all of their time and energy into one thing.
How about now?
Maybe testing, Shane, can you hear?
I'm hearing him.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Shane.
Perfect.
Did I not go up and come down?
No, you're good. No, we can hear you, Brody. Oh, he can't hear us now.
Bring your mic up about 15% and you're good.
It's the classic double reverse.
So sometimes, Dr. Bennett, we have connection issues. I know we're relying on Elon Musk for our servers. So sometimes certain people won't hear each other. So we're just going to drop them down and bring them back up if they have a question. But Shane wants to ask something. Did he drop back down again? Hold on. Let me try to bring him up one more time to see if he can ask that question. And then we'll get back to what you were saying. And then we'll get to some of the other hands because I think a few other people want to ask you some things as well, but I don't want you to lose your thought.
I threw one up to the post for you there, Sacred, for Barbara Dan.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Proud, try bringing Shane back up if you can. Shane, testing.
I can't hear nothing when I come up to speak. So you can hear me. I can't hear anyone now. So just skip me.
Oh no.
Well, I can hear you. Can Robert hear him?
No, I did hear him for brief moments.
All right, we'll try to get Shane situated. Maybe I could try to cycle him back up here. I don't know if you had like a thought that you wanted to finish on, Dr. Bennett. If not, there's a few questions for you.
Well, maybe you'd be interested in a letter that I sent out to Brian Keating. He is a promoter of mainstream science, PhD out at San Diego. And he promotes a lot of instructions to everyone to send in questions. He encourages, I should say, questions from those who are interested in science to send them in to him for his responses. So I decided to send them basically what I described to you, the problem with Newton's law when applied to Newton's bucket. Because either he believes in absolute space like Newton, or he tries to make sense of Mach's principle, which nobody really has been successful in doing, or he has some other theory. But I can almost guarantee that he's opposed to saying that the Earth has a privileged position in the universe. That is, if it's the only frame in which the laws of physics are valid, then it certainly is favored over all the other places in the universe where the laws of physics are not valid. So I sent that to him. That was 2 days ago. I also sent it to 7 other physicists to see what their reaction would be. And again, it was just an outline of Newton's bucket, just like I gave right now. And it will be interesting if anybody even answers the question, even though some of them promote themselves as great instructors and explainers of physics.
You know, Dr. Bennett, so what happens with that? So when you send ideas, I'm guessing these are your colleagues. Are these people that you're cordial with, or are these people that you haven't talked to before? Like, how do you choose who to send what information to, and what do you expect to get back, if anything? Like, how does that work?
Well, some of them I'm familiar with, just from surfing the internet. You know who, like, I'm sure you've heard of Neil in the Grass, My Son, right? You've heard of him. And Brian Greene, maybe you've heard of him. Brian Cox. Yeah. So there's another. Well, what I actually did was I put a Google search for who are the top, physics. What was the word I used? Promoters, I guess, online. And then I got their emails, and I sent the letters. The answer to do I know any of them? No, I don't. Nothing personal. In fact, what happened since I left Stevens, which is where I got my PhD, I haven't had any contact with the instructors there. Most of them have died since I left. And once you no longer have a position in an institution, a teaching institution like Harvard or Yale or Princeton, you don't have the ability to post your ideas on archive. Do you know what archive is? ARXIV?
.org.
.org, right? Yes. It's the place where professional documents are published, or pre-published, I should say. They're tested, in other words, before they're put into books or used for research. So I can't even publish there because it requires that you have credentials from an institution that's approved. So they have a sort of censorship, scientific censorship.
You don't say. Wow.
Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, so even if you have a PhD, if you don't have someone who can vouch for you, you can't publish on this. And it's only preprints. In other words, they put it there to test to see if anybody finds anything wrong with it. It's sort of like a general peer review. And you can't even take advantage of that, like I said, unless you have, you're part of the club. You belong to the institutions, or you have some friend that will who's a professor at an institution who will give you the credentials.
So even with you, with all your tenure and your credential, it would be a struggle for you to even get access for those to publish something in that archive.
Right. Wow. I publish on a much more open platform, which is Vixra, which is archived backwards. So on Vixra.org, they will accept anything. And so there's a lot of junk. There's a lot of, untested, wild theories. But it is like a public square, right? If you go to a public square, you can expect all kinds of opinions to be expressed. And that's basically what Vixra is. Archive is a filtered scientific platform for expressing your ideas.
See, I have a huge problem with that because, again, we've talked to other people with credentials. I mean, astrophysicists, particle physicists, nuclear physicists. They've all come to Flat Earth Fridays. Some don't stay too long, but some do come back. But we'll get gaslit. Like, there's peer review, or why don't you go publish something, right? And then you'll have someone like Whitsitt or Alan or Toby, Shane, even my guy Indio from Discord. So they'll present these publications that are from these general, I guess you could call it, like how did you call it? Like a square, town square journal, public square. Yeah, public squares. Like anyone can publish, but then those same physicists who we want to look at the information will dismiss it based on where it was published. Say, oh, that journal or that publication is pay to play. Just like you said, it might be a little bit of junk here and there, but they'll just dismiss it all together. And it's like, well, hey, if they can't, get their information published in the right place due to this censorship, and they can only publish it over here, what other choice do they have? You're not leaving us any wiggle room to operate here if I can't publish it in a place where it's respected by you, Mr. Physicist, who's ignoring everything that we're saying. And if we publish it over here, we're, it might be alongside with other things that are maybe quote unquote junk or fringe ideas, then you won't respect it in that manner. So at what point can you get an idea across to the scientific community if you're not in that club?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a small club and you're not in it. That's it.
My man, George
Gordon
Carlin.
Carlin, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. We're still here. We're probably gonna get to some hands real quick, and then maybe we can expand in some of these other models and concepts and ideas that you have. I was super interested in hearing you talk about alpha. Maybe we can get into that in a little bit. But just to close it off, just for the listeners, Dr. Bennett, before we get to some of the questions, can you just highlight the issue with Newton's bucket in relation to how we view the Earth, like our worldview and current mainstream science? Like, can you just highlight the contradiction or the contention? Maybe that's a better word, just for the audience one more time, because this may be new concepts for them. And I just want them to really hone in on this, because this is the reason why you said that you took your position as, we're in a stationary frame. So if you could just give like a basic overview of just that whole thing, and then maybe we can take a few questions after that.
Okay. What I said about Carl Sagan is probably applicable to all of mainstream. They basically think that the Earth is nothing special. And again, that has religious overtones. It's a way of not accepting anything that they didn't think of. It's an elitist point of view, and it gives them control. I mean, all of this sounds like political rationale, but it also applies to science. They get a certain amount of respect if they all agree on a common body of knowledge, even if parts of that knowledge are false. Some of their beliefs can't be proven experimentally. Some of their interpretations are not logical. I gave a talk, I forget when it was, but it emphasized philosophy. The philosophy that underpins science is never stated officially. Scientists should believe that what is measured in the real world can be translated into a mental picture of the real world. In other words, that we can translate what we measure experimentally into what we believe as the laws that underpin the experiments, that predict the experiments. Okay, so a summary of the Newton's bucket is basically that there is a worldview that says that all points of view are valid for applying the laws of physics, that is dynamics. Newton's bucket proves that that is a false belief. It shows that the Earth is fixed because only using the laws of physics in the Earth frame can you correctly predict the result of the experiment. In any other frame that's moving with respect to the Earth, you cannot apply the laws of physics. You must separate this from kinematics, which is the branch of physics that does measurement. If you measure the way the water moves, that's kinematics. If you predict the way the water will move, That's dynamics. So kinematics is fine. You can use any reference frame to do measurements. In dynamics, however, you must use the Earth frame. Now, my abbreviated summary of this is called ALPHA. ALPHA means absolute lab frame, ALF. Okay? Absolute lab frame means that when you use dynamics, you must use the lab frame. The A part, or the FA part of alpha, means either fluid or flexible ether. If Newton's laws are not valid in a non-Earth frame, then how can you explain the motion of the cosmos, of all the objects in the universe, the planets, the moons, the stars? How can you explain them? Because Newton's law validly does that in the solar system. Newton's laws, in other words, are believable and workable in the solar system. But if you take the Earth as the center instead of the sun, then you must have some way of explaining how do all of these objects move without the laws of physics to support them, which you would use if you're not in the Earth frame. And the answer is, you can use this concept of ether, which represents a universal substance, the basic primal substance that exists everywhere. There is nowhere where it is not. And from that ether, you can build up a model that explains how everything moves. You can also explain how particles are formed by spinning vortices. We know that all particles at the elementary level are observed to have spin. So they're all spinning like little tops. We can explain that by the circulation of ether, called an ether vortex, that sustains it. We can also explain how they continue to spin without any extra influence from other objects around them by saying that there is an ether wind that is being supplied from outside the universe, which is part of what I call the Hildegard model, which I am presenting to the ether cosmology group, and we'll finish up on Monday, I hope. So alpha represents an ether model and an absolute lab frame. And as far as I know, I'm going to add H for Hildegard, because the Hildegard model that I'm talking about is consistent with everything that I've learned and developed in my own theories. So it extends it even more. And that sort of gives you an outline for all of my research interests right now. I also intend to investigate the experimental results of a Russian named Atsutaski, who wrote about 600 pages of experimental results, and they all concern measurements of the ether. And no one, to my knowledge, has looked at the English translation and converted it into a workable theory, a consistent theory that explains what Atsutaski measured. I hope that answers the question of what my research is and what Newton's bucket.
Atsutaski is dense as heck, though. I wish somebody else would get through that and give us the summary already, don't you?
All right, fine, I'll do it.
I don't know if Bennett can hear you, Shane. Bennett, can you hear Shane?
I'm thinking that's a no.
Oh, did we lose Bennett?
Actually, I think we did, and we lost him on the net in general. I had him up in the Discord server still, and he seems to have dropped from there too. So yeah, he's gonna have to restart his browser at the very least at this point. So give him about 90 seconds, I imagine he might be back.
Oh no! Let's see if we can get sound like it was a issue on his end. Let's see if we can rotate him back up because I did want to comment on something and we
We
get
got about 4 hands in the air there too.
Oh, so I only see 2. Oh no, I'm glitching.
I
All right.
see two as well.
Yeah, the 4 being Superfly, Jonathan, Orwellian, and Run Boston, our El Presidente.
Oh, you're glitching, bro. Orwellian and Ron Boston not even up here.
Thanks, Elon.
Space-time spaces. Okay, let's do while we get Dr. Bennett back up here, let's slide over to Superfly real quick. And if it is a question for Dr. Bennett, we'll just have him repeat it once we get him back. Although I do want to say, and I'm probably going to repeat this when Bennett comes back, but notice, I'm sorry, y'all. Just notice that he's using the same words that Witsit uses, while everyone Gaslight was talking about is word salad. You heard centrifugal, centripetal. You heard the convergence. That you heard all these different things that Witsit be saying all the time, and here you are. You hear the PhD physicists using the same vocabulary. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just highlighting that.
Purdue's word salad though, so.
You know, it's crazy. We're talking about the dynamics and the fundamentals of, you know, the ether and in general his belief, and all the Globers, all they want to know is whether he thinks it's flat or round.
Every single one, guaranteed. That'll be the extent of their
all they
interaction
care about.
with this
That
whole
is
thing. Yep.
crazy. Just spot. I'm seeing it too. I just don't even want to get into it just yet. We'll probably end it there. But like, yeah, that's all they care about, because it's just an easy way to deflect away from the information that we're presenting. Being that the ether is a more viable option than your dark energy and dark matter, no matter how spherical you think your Earth is, my brothers. Sorry. Anyway.
They will go through a reference on motion that's for a geostatist to prove that it doesn't move. And they'll be like, their conclusion, yeah, but he doesn't think it's flat. Right? So you're a retard. Crazy.
I bet you they won't want to talk about motion. I bet you they don't want to talk about that. Anyway, Superfly, you there?
Yeah, I am. You know, Sacred, thank you for having this. And I know I bugged you this morning. I said, hey, are you going to do any Flat Earth Friday? You know, but listen.
Every week, man, you know we pulling up.
I know, but it's me. I didn't see nothing, so I didn't see nothing coming, so it's my fault. Look, I didn't have a question for Dr. Bennett, but he opened my eyes. You know, when you do my job, the job I used to do before, I retired from 28 years of working as a corporate pilot. Okay, you know, I couldn't spit the stuff out. I'd lose my job. You know, so when I learned that, when I caught on to, and I got excited because I knew that I lived on a flat Earth. Now, I mean, I lived on an immovable Earth. Why? Because at one time I was a, you know, hellacious Christian, and you know, and I still believe in God, and God says that it's immovable. God says that we live, that we have a, you know, we live like in a tent. And now we got this Dr. Bennett telling us that, hey, listen, it's immovable. It doesn't move. That's good enough for me. Yeah, you want to put me on a globe Earth, but now if we don't move, that's great. Now we're just kicking the shit out of these freaking scientists and astrophysicists and all these people that say that we move at 1,000 miles an hour. Well, I wanted to tell Dr. Bennett, well, what do you think about Felix Baumberger that went up to 127,000 feet, 24 miles up, and then came down and landed only 25 miles away from his you know, where he took off from? Hello? Are we fucking spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Hello?
More
I don't think so. I'll land right there with that.
He landed 25 miles to the east of where he started from.
Exactly. That's that part. Anyways, I just want to say thank you to everybody for listening to my little rant. But Sacred, love you, brother, and everybody else here for at least we're a force to not be reckoned with. You know what I'm saying? We are a unique kind of people, and let me tell you, I wish I would have lost my job a long time ago if I would have said I'm a flat earther. Because that you just don't answer those questions. You look like a fucking fool, being a pilot and everything in uniform, and then you're a flat earther. You get the hell out of here. But now it's a little bit more common. There's a lot more pilots now that'll tell you, that work for the airlines. They'll say, yeah, I think it's flat. I shot a picture out to you there, Sacred, of one of the cockpits I was working under. Hey, listen, I'll talk to you guys later.
Yo, shout out to you, Superfly, man. It's always good to hear from you. Bro, I'm just getting so much chills just listening to this conversation this evening. I mean, only because like I hear all the time, oh, it's only you flat earthers that, oh, there's no such thing as, a pilot or whatever the case is that's a flat earther. Then you have someone that literally worked with the DOD. Like, it's like, come on, y'all. Like, he's telling you what happens when you in it. You can't really talk. You heard Bennett say it. You can't. There's censorship within these fields of study, and they want to make it. They want to have you believe that it's just all open, it's all transparent, like anybody could just present anything, and like, no, bro, that is not how it works. And the fact that we keep hearing this in 2024 from the average anti-flat earther or just the layman who doesn't understand the highest level of physics or how academia works. It's just refreshing to hear this from people with credentials, and I really appreciate y'all honesty. It's just unfortunate that if you guys aren't in your profession, you can't talk about it while in your profession. Like, that's the only thing, because that's always going to hold us back. If we can't have like the best and brightest minds speak about what they really want to speak about, it's just not going to help us. It's going to keep on holding society back. Imagine where we could be if we could speak freely and be accepted with all the ideas are more accepted, right? They're taken more seriously than just dismissed. So I appreciate you sharing that, Fly.
It makes me wonder if some of the pushback we get from some of these PhDs, some of these credentialed people, is because they know they can't talk about it, is because they know they can't discuss it. And if, their job, if their credentials got wind of them talking about this type of thing, they could potentially lose that position in science. So it makes me wonder if there is a correlation between all the pushback and the hate that we get for a reason.
That is a real good point, bro.
Welcome back, Cassandra.
I'm on a screen I don't recognize, but I hear the voice.
We hear you nonetheless. Looking good.
Nice. It somehow worked out.
Are you on desktop or mobile?
Desktop.
There should be like a window. How does it look, Alan? Is it like a little window on the right side?
Oh yeah. So there'll be a little window on the bottom right hand side, and it might be minimized, so it'll be like a little sub bar on the bottom right. And then if you click that, it'll pop up the big window so you can see everybody again.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it shows Sacred's name.
What I see now is the Atsutasuki reference.
Oh.
With Alan. Alan's.
Yeah, that's the very top of the Spaces pop-up.
Yeah. If you mouse wheel down, you'll see us. You should be able to see us. We're under that.
So what you're looking at? What you're looking at, Dr. Bennett, is when we're in Spaces. One of the only greatest features that I guess we have in sharing content is it's called the Nest. Some people call it the Jumbotron. So what we do is you can tweet things out, and then we can share it to the top of the space. So that way people can get visuals of some of the things that are being discussed. And it'll be like a bunch of tweets that are being shared. And anyone that's on a mic, not listeners, but anyone that's on a mic can share content to the top of the space. So as you're talking, some of the guys are just sharing some of the information that you were speaking about, so that the listeners can have like a visual with the words.
Mm-hmm.
So and when you get more familiar with spaces, we could walk you through how to do that, because you'll probably want to share some of your own content if you start engaging in these spaces more often. So, and it's real simple, but that's what you were looking at. That's just the shared content up top.
Wow, a lot of people here.
Yeah, a lot of support, man. We've been waiting for you to show up, so it's really good that you're here, man. Appreciate you.
Wow.
And we're getting a lot of feedback, so we're gonna get to some of these questions. I'm looking at my notifications. There's a few comments. We have Jonathan with his hand up. Jonathan, you have something for Dr. Bennett?
Yeah, I had a question about the bucket experiment and reference frames.
Go for it.
So I was listening to you talk, Dr. Bennett, and thank you for coming on here, by the way, and sharing. So I was thinking about how the laws of, I guess, Newton do not hold in a rotating reference frame, like you pointed out. So sitting on the edge of that bucket, you're not going to be able to rely on equations, even though you look around that bucket and it seems to be stationary with respect to you. So that's a very valid point. I follow that. So like then my question is this: when I'm on a train, let's say that's going on a straight track, maybe it's a maglev, really smooth, very fast train, and I'm standing there in the middle of the aisle and I'm juggling 3 tennis balls. Well, as soon as that maglev starts to make a turn, and let's say from that point on, it's taking a turn of a constant radius from that point on. Now it's going in circles. So now I'm going to feel that centrifugal force on me, and so now the algorithms in my brain that I've trained since childhood, they basically do all those Newtonian equations for me organically. They're being messed with now, and they're no longer able to predict as well. And now I'm losing my orientation and I'm dropping these tennis balls. So the point is, I do remember being taught that as long as you're in an inertial reference frame, I believe is what they call it. So you're going in a straight line at a constant velocity, or you're going zero with respect to some other frame. As long as it's that constant straight line type of frame, then you have that equivalency, and you can juggle no problem. You can do a little science experiment where you launch a ball and then predict its parabola and where it'll land, all that stuff, and that can work on that maglev train going in a straight line. Is that not a valid distinction?
Yeah, Jonathan, we have to distinguish between whether you're measuring what you should do or you're predicting what you should do as you juggle the balls, right?
I guess we're predicting, yeah.
Okay, if you're predicting, then you must use the Earth's frame to correctly predict what you're doing. Let's forget about the turn. Let's just take the train moving at constant speed, right? Which is, according to the special theory of relativity, that is an inertial frame. But it is not that's not an inertial frame according to the definition I presented, which is that you must be in the Earth's frame. In other words, you must be standing on the tracks or on a station platform, stationary, in order to predict what will happen to the ball that you're juggling. Okay? If you try and use the reference frame,
I'm listening.
Okay, the train in constant motion is an inertial frame according to relativity, but it is not according to the definition I gave. Why? Because the train is moving relative to the Earth. Okay, just like the bucket water is rotating relative to the Earth. So if you're going to predict what happens in in the frame in which the train is moving at constant speed, you have to observe the laws of momentum. You have to apply that is, you think you're in a stationary frame. You have to apply the laws that apply for a moving frame as compared to someone who's seeing this in the earth frame on a train platform. So the difference is that there would be a difference in energy, basically, between what you see on the platform, which is the earth preferred frame, and what you would measure in the train frame, which would be zero energy. So if we measure the energy, we find out that it's the measurement on the earth frame that is valid, not on the earth, not in the train frame, because in the train frame, the ball is moving along with you. It has no energy. But from the train platform, it does have energy. So the difference between the two can be measured, and only the one on the station platform will correctly measure the energy. There's other ways of doing it, but then I have to describe the forces that are on the ball, ignoring air friction, and only taking into account gravity, basically. And if you include the turn that the train makes, well, then that's another force that has to be considered. But if you consider just from point of energy, which is a law of physics, by the way, conservation of energy, that's violated on the train, but not on the station platform.
I guess the conservation of energy would be like let's say you pick your frame as the Earth or the train. I guess as long as you stay consistent with that choice, then from that point on, you apply the law of conservation of energy, and you should get the right answer. That was my understanding of conservation of energy. It's kind of like when you're working a circuit on paper, you choose what's ground. In some cases, it's arbitrary. Mm-hmm. And then you go from there, and you have to maintain and stay consistent with your choice. And then if you stay consistent, you get the right answer, assuming you don't make a mistake elsewhere. So that's kind of, and you've gone way further into academia than I ever have. So I'm not trying to question that, but I'm presenting to you how I learned it and kind of how I understand it, and seeing if I understand you correctly when you speak of a contradiction. And so just to reiterate real quick, you were saying that if you're on one of these other reference frames that isn't the Earth, that the laws of Newton no longer give you the correct answer. Is that?
Yeah, that includes conservation of energy, angular momentum. Maybe Jonathan, I could give you a simpler example. Suppose you're riding a bike, and the bike is you come to a down ramp, and the ramp is a height h above the lower level. So you have two levels: the bike on the higher level, the lower level, separated by a height h. Okay. If you have conservation of energy, then the potential energy is mgh. That's the weight times the height, plus 1/2 mv squared, right? Which is the speed of the bicycle. That's the total energy of the bicycle in the Earth frame, right? So you're looking at a bike that's about to go down a ramp. The energy is 1/2 mv squared plus mgh when it's at the higher level. The bike goes down the ramp. Now it's at a lower level, h is 0, and the energy that we calculate, total energy, is just 1/2 mv prime squared, where v is the new speed of the bike on the lower level. If we compare the two, let's see, we have the mass of the bicycle canceling out. There's an m on both sides of the equation. And this is the Earth's point of view, because we're using an upper and a lower level. If we calculate the energy, the total energy before and after, we predict that there will be a greater speed at the bottom because we have the extra factor of mgh. Now, if you're on the bicycle, what you calculate is a difference in the mass of the Earth, which is moving beneath you. Remember, if you're on the bike, you consider that as a stationary frame. So if you're on the bike and using that as your reference frame, then the bike is at rest. You go down the incline, and in order to do that, the Earth has to move minus h, has to drop and lose potential energy. And when you calculate it, you get that the energy depends on the mass of the Earth, which is totally wrong, because the calculation, when we make it from the point of view of the Earth frame, correctly predicts what the speed of the bike will be when it's at the lower level, when it goes down the ramp. Maybe
I agree.
Yeah, and
so you're saying that if you attach the original reference frame at time 0 to the bicycle and the rider at the top of the hill,
right?
Now, to keep that one consistent, that reference frame is going down at v0, which whatever velocity he started with, and the frame itself continues down at that sloped angle in a straight line throughout time. And so he's speeding up, and he's essentially leaving his original reference frame as he speeds up.
No, the reference frame must always be 0, okay? You must always consider yourself at rest. So if you're on the bike, what you do, you see the Earth, the road, moving towards you, right?
Yeah, the bottom of the incline is moving towards you. The Earth is moving towards you.
Yeah, if you were driving in a car and you said, okay, the car is at rest, then that means that the road itself is moving towards you underneath the car, right?
Right.
Okay, so if we actually measured from the bike, what is the motion of the Earth, it would be equal to the speed of the bike, but in the opposite direction.
Right.
Okay, when you go down the ramp, the same thing. It's as though the Earth came up to meet you, but the bike stays stationary. Okay?
Yeah, and the Earth would be actually accelerating up towards you.
Exactly. And then when you reach the bottom level and continue in a horizontal, then again the Earth is moving underneath the bike. Okay?
Right.
You have the idea then. The correct interpretation is, if the bike is stationary, which is a frame different from the Earth frame, then what you predict depends on the mass of the Earth. Okay, the same equation holds, except the m in the equation is the mass of the Earth, not the mass of the bicycle. And if you use that, then you get a ridiculous result that says there's an enormous amount of energy available just when you go down the ramp, because you're moving the Earth by a distance of h. It all comes out in the math, but I'm trying to talk my way through the math.
Yeah, and I don't have a piece of paper in front of me, but I do follow it. It's a fairly rudimentary. It's like the first, one of the first examples I gave you in physics class. So, and it is fun to think of it in reverse like that. But back to the reference frame though. We disagreed on what the reference frame is if you're the bike, and if it's an inertial, I guess my point was, if we're thinking of inertial reference frames, then that reference frame can't accelerate, otherwise it ceases to be inertial, right?
Yes. The inertial frame is, the reference frame is whatever the observer state of motion is. All right? Whoever's doing the measurement is at rest by definition. Because think of the contradiction. If you said, okay, I'm moving at 20 meters per second, well then the question is relative to what, right? Whatever you're moving at 20 meters per second to, it's your true reference frame. Right?
So then, so do we agree that the bicyclist is not representing an inertial reference frame?
Not according to my definition. Anything in motion with respect to the Earth is not an inertial frame. In other words, the only inertial frame in the universe is the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think maybe I could summarize it. At the top, at the upper level, the equation is 1/2 mv squared plus mgh. Okay, and at the lower level, there's no more h, it's just mv squared over 2, but the v is v prime because you have a new speed, right? You have a greater speed when you go down the ramp.
Right.
Now, in those equations, the m, when you use the Earth frame, the m stands for the mass of the bicycle, because that's what you're measuring. When you're in the bike frame, the Earth is the reference frame, so you use the mass of the Earth. And you get a ridiculous answer. You get, megajoules of energy, because the mass of the Earth is included.
I'll have to think on that. That's thank you for sharing that with me, and I'll be thinking about that. And if you're back next time, then I'll give you kind of a summary of what I think after I've hashed out all my thoughts, because yeah, my thoughts are kind of swirling, and that's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, Jonathan, you can always get me at my email.
I would like that.
Okay, it's robert.bennett.
Well, don't share it here, but I will. Okay. I will follow you, and then I'll ask you in a DM.
All right. All right. Thanks for the question.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dope stuff, Jonathan. Appreciate that, Bennett. I thought there was somebody else that had a question. If not, there is a few.
I think in order for that communication to work, Doctor, is that you also have to follow Jonathan. So he's just down a bit on the list from you there. Check Jonathan Brown and hover over his icon. Pop-up will show up top right. Click the follow button just for him. And that'll open the communication conduit between you guys in the messages section in Twitter.
Wow. Thank you, Stone.
What is your screen name on here, Dr. Bennett?
That would be Cassandar, C-A-S-S.
Thank you.
A-N-D-A-R. Got an echo.
There is a couple questions from the audience. Hold on one second. Someone says, oh, this is RG. He says, would there need to be a new set of ether mathematics created for technology to improve?
End of the question, if we are to move forward, as in without mainstream education, incorrect education, you know what I mean? If we're going to move forward with new knowledge, is there going to be a new curriculum, I think is what he's driving at.
Well, he mentioned math. Will a new math be needed? No, I don't see any new math. We can talk about an ether wind, but that can be described with the normal means of measurement, distance and time, with rulers and clocks. Actually, what's needed for a new ether understanding is fluid mechanics or fluid dynamics. And instead of thinking of everything as particles, we can think of ether as either a fluid which flows or a vortex which has the property of particles. And that's the new way of thinking. And we still have the math to deal with that. I don't see any problem with describing ether using the math that we have today.
Regarding the vortex mechanics, I think my prediction would be we're going to see a revisitation of some of the work of Victor Schauberger in that context.
Not familiar with Victor.
He's all about implosion dynamics to do with vortices, and he did a lot of his work with water because it's out of his background in Europe, working with water flow for tree extraction, like creating artificial rivers and that kind of thing to begin with, and eventually even moved into aircraft form, repulsors, and you might look up his work. It's actually really neat. Victor, Viktor Schauberger. Yeah, very interesting guy.
Okay, writing it down.
I'll send you an email of a video breaking down his work. It's a really great summary with some experiments and stuff. I'll also put it in the jumbo for the boys.
Victor with a K.
Yep.
Yep, that's the guy. Just another guy who came out with some brilliant geometries who was viciously attacked by the mainstream.
Yeah, kind of characteristic. I'm going to talk about the rotation of ether in the Hildegard talk on Monday. It's going to be applied in a very strange situation. The rotation of the drive shaft of an automobile has to have its axis of rotation changed from the drive shaft to the propeller shaft and then to the rear axle. And that involves a change of direction of the rotation. And that can be modeled as circular vortex rotation. And it leads to some interesting consequences when we apply it to the solar system. Anyway, that's what's going through my mind when I think of applications of vortex motion to the real world.
Yeah, it sounds like you're learning or moving, rather leaning towards radial torque as the motive.
Yeah, the model of Hildegard was a series of vortex winds centered on the sun, the moon, and the earth. The one on the earth is the firmament, which rotates the stars. So how do you have these vortices interacting with each other? That's one of the problems that mathematics can address, and that's what I'm going to do on Monday, hopefully.
Cool.
Yeah, I caught the part of the part one, and unfortunately, the second part had to end a little bit. But I'm looking forward to that part two, Bennett. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not really objective, but I think that's going to be the most interesting part compared to what I presented on what was it, Thursday or Tuesday, whatever it was.
Well, I'm not really objective, but I'm sure it'll also be awesome.
Did Shane have some question?
But yeah, Shane, you dropped down earlier. I don't know if you wanted to revisit.
Can you hear me now? Are we audible?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you were going through the steps of like when you have like oppression or when you're successful in science, and I was like, oh, you mean when there's active resistance? And I was like, oh, you mean like when there's a whole group of people who make it their life's mission and work to get together and oppose us at every turn and every place wherever we go on the internet? You mean like that? Would that be a direct reaction? Would you think?
You mean you have organized opposition?
We have a fan club that went like super hard in one direction specifically, and now they're like what you'd call anti-groupies, where they hate us so much they have to follow us around all the time and tell us everywhere.
You know what they say, Shane? You know that you're over the target when you get hit with the most flack.
Interesting.
So that's actually a credit to you're hitting a sweet spot if you're getting a lot of opposition.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
This is what an excellent impromptu physics lesson for everyone on Twitter, huh? People like, this was excellent. It's like I couldn't have worked out any better, honestly. Good thing we didn't plan it at all. We just kind of winged it, huh, everyone?
Right. Hey, you should see some of the replies. I mean, the anti-flirts are kind of losing it. I'm trying to find some of the level heads questions. Maybe they're just buried underneath all the triggered like anti-flat earthers. But
I sent you some of the ones I found.
oh, thank you. Because I'm like trying to filter through to find like some, substantive value in some of the comments in it. I just see a bunch of triggered anti-flat earthers, and we're not even really talking about the shape of the earth right now, guys. So relax.
I was gonna say I haven't read any, but how many of them are just like, what shape does he think the earth is?
Bro, they're all saying, oh, they're gonna turn on Bennett. You just wait, they're gonna turn on. I'm like, bro, y'all know, like we've been rocking with Bennett for like probably over a year now. Like, y'all should do your homework. Y'all should, when we send you to the YouTube channels, when we send you to the Discord, you guys should actually go. Because if you were to go, you would see that we've been talking to Bennett for a long time. But the problem is every time we direct you to get some information, y'all never look at it. So y'all just be in my mentions saying things week after week, the same debunked, nonsensical like rhetoric that just don't apply to anything in reality. So I'm glad that Bennett took the step to come over here because y'all wasn't going to go over there. So y'all getting a firsthand experience of what it's like. Some of the information that they talk about on a literally almost a daily basis at this point. I mean, go over to Ether Cause. I mean, it's like Monday through Thursday, like every single day they're breaking something down. Let me see what Proud sent.
It is the metaphorical air we breathe over there.
They should just know by now. We've been doing this for so long. Like, the goal is to have the conversations, to talk to many of the minds, not just to solidify our position and what we believe. Like, we want to hear from globers. We want to hear from geocentrists, geostatists. We want the minds to merge so we could come together and find some type of answers. So just more straw mans of them trying to project onto us.
Yeah, that is the paradigm of the public square, is to include all of that dialogue. That's actually something I wanted to mention in passing here. I'm seeing a new issue in people trying to convince anybody of anything using a video on the net anywhere. And particularly in the flat earth community now, I'm seeing a lot of situations here. Jason Hubler is one of them. I saw, I think this morning in a video he released recently, saying at the end of the video, he addresses the audience directly and challenges them or confronts them, so to speak, and says, hey, if you're still an X, whatever, a generic thing that I don't align with, as in if you're a Globie in this particular case, after seeing the evidence I have just presented, then disconnect, unfriend, unsubscribe, get out of my net space. Do not be here. Do not listen to anything else I say. Do not comment on anything else I produce. Do not be involved. And I think that is counterproductive to progress. I think it is the antithesis of the public space. I think it is a little on the arrogant side. It is excommunicative, and it is far more detrimental than it is anything else. And I'd like to tune this crowd to begin with, and maybe you can help in your reactions and comments to people who say this kind of thing in future production, that we need to cut that right off. That's just creating echo chamber, and especially the Globies. That is something they notice. That is something they discriminate against and tend to treat it like it's something they're going to expose as a weakness of our platform. And we got to cut that out, guys. That's what I needed to say.
Yeah, that's really no different than when the Globers expect, the whole entire heliocentric model to be explained by one little thing for flat Earth, and then them to understand it immediately. Like they expect us to have one answer that summarizes everything they believe to be true, and if we can't do that or provide that, then our model just doesn't work automatically. It's end all be all. And that's a very negative way to look at it. It's a very negative way to approach it because you didn't even learn the heliocentric model in one day. So yeah, everybody should stay open-minded and just understand it takes time for this information to resonate with you. Sometimes it's only going to be one piece, it's going to be one part of it before it actually clicks.
Indeed, all of that inclusively. But the specific point I'm trying to address here is a mental vector that is turning off the dialogue, and that is systemically antithetical to where we want to go.
Guys, I'm going to have to bail out. It's past midnight here. So
glad you could make it.
I invite you all to Monday, 8 a.m. at the Discord location. I guess it's a roundtable ether cosmology.
Yep. We will definitely see you then. Thank you so much for showing up on time and giving us a wonderful show on cue, on Winging It, right? Cheers for Winging It, everyone.
Nobody on stage has any questions, right? Any last minute comments or anything, since you have a mic?
I do. I was just about to holler at him. Mr. Bennett, you still here?
Yeah.
Really quick, before you go, I had just one question. So you kind of come from a biblical perspective in some aspect of your thinking, which I can appreciate because I do believe there is truth in the Bible, even though I don't believe in it the same way as others do. So I wanted to ask you a question about which parts of the Bible do you get most of your influence from? Would it be the beginning, where it's basically the Torah, or would it be later, where we get into Jesus and his interpretation of things? or is it both?
Well, I would say let me change it a little and say what my favorite parts are. That would be,
Awesome.
yeah, Genesis and all the epistles of St. Paul. Those,
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I mean, that's where I draw most of my inspiration is from those two areas. Revelation, if I could understand what Revelation was saying, I would probably include that. All right.
Thanks again.
You're welcome, guys.
Dr. Bennett, there's one more. I think there's one more question for you if you have just a little bit more time, just a couple minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Ron Boston has something to ask. JT, you there?
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Bennett. JT here, Run Boston Bear. I just wanted to pop up and thank you for the time you spent with us tonight, the energy you put into teaching. You have a very, very humble approach, and anyone that hears you speak and teach knows that whatever truth you find, you move towards it. And I really like to hear your faith. I like to hear your passion, and I just appreciate you. I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, JT.
Okay, see you on Monday.
Yeah, good. It's a deal. Bye now.
Later. Thank you, Dr. Bennett. I appreciate you, man. You guys go follow Dr. Bennett. His at ROBERTITNOTF. In Ether Cosmology, we're doing a lot of discussions over there as well. And Dr. Bennett, if you ever want to come back, it's always open. You're more than welcome. As you see, there's a lot of people that appreciate you over here and probably other platforms that you're not aware of. And I'm just happy and thankful that we can bring everybody together and you can see the support that you have. And we appreciate everything that you've done thus far. It's been great. I know I've learned so much in such a small bit of time just by looking at some of your content with you working with Alan and Toby and Shane and Whitsitt, especially. I think those are the first. My first introduction was through Witsitt's page. And ever since then, man, I never looked back, and I really appreciate your honesty. Again, it's a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. You are setting a new standard in this conversation with or without the credential. And I just want to thank you, and you are always welcome back to Flat Earth Fridays, my brother. Shout out to Dr. Bennett. It's Flat Earth Fridays, episode 106, Ether Dynamics. That was PhD Robert Bennett. Physics spinning flutter waves. Actually, it's stationary Saturdays in some part of the realm. What's up? Y'all still with me?
It's 11:11 here. That was epic.
Oh yeah, I'm far east of that. I'm definitely into Saturday.
Okay, some of y'all on Friday, some of y'all on Saturday. Okay. We do got some other topics to cover. For those of you that I wasn't able to get to your questions, I'm gonna save them for the next time that Dr. Bennett pulls up, and then we'll revisit some of those questions, and we'll probably have some new concepts and new things to talk about in regards to, the physics behind the ether and a non-rotating, non-orbiting Earth. So that was a treat. It was a pleasure. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. And I'm going to keep on checking the mentions. There's some other things I do want to get to. Hold on one second, though. While I go ahead and work some back office things. Enz Bear, did you want to chime in with anything?
Oh yeah, I just want to say this was a great Flat Earth Friday. Last time I was up till 8 a.m. I believe with you guys. That was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
Sounds like us.
Yeah, I was here last Friday. This one I was asleep and then someone told me I was getting mentioned on one of the Discords and then Shane linked me. Oh yeah, what I wanted to say was I was more of a sideliner, more of a lurker in the Flat Earth community, so I kind of didn't want to throw my name into the hat. I was a little bit worried about, saying something stupid or embarrassing, like speaking before knowing, right? But when I joined the Aether Cosmology guys, sir, these guys are so positive. It's absurd the difference, when you you get like bombarded with comments on some of these debate servers. I remember my first debate server that I joined that before I joined the Aether Cosmology server. I posted this exact comment. I think some flat earthers have reasonable positions. And instantly, I actually posted this a few times, but every time I post this, 5 responses, like, what's wrong with you? All these crazy like things. Whereas like if you talk to flat earthers, they're like, all right, let's sit down, let's break down some of these ideas. Why don't we go into it? Like very open-minded, very compassionate. So this community is just, I mean, there's so much positive, there's so much hopefulness. I've sat down with JT for hours going over some stuff. I don't know, I just really love this community, and I really appreciate all of you guys for what you do.
That's why he's the president.
Hey man, shout out to you for feeling comfortable for, joining in the conversations. I know a lot of people are hesitant because, right, you just, am I going to get ridiculed? Am I going to, like, who's going to come at me? If I'm wrong about anything, how am I going to look? And so, social speaking isn't really like something that's so common. Like not a lot of people are like comfortable. And anytime somebody come to Flat Earth Fridays and they feel comfortable enough to come talk to us, no matter what you believe in, flat Earth, donut Earth, pyramid Earth, watermelon Earth, pear shape, whatever the case is, like if you're comfortable enough to come over here and share your ideas or your opinion, to me that's a reflection of us doing a great job of making the environment comfortable. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you believe. We're just looking for honesty and civility. And it's unfortunate, man, that if you have just like genuine questions, that you'll be met with like, all different type of abrasive attacks and things of that nature. Unfortunately, it's common in this conversation. And I'll even go as far to say, like, sometimes you get it from the flat Earth side as well. And I would say that's probably due to like, just experiences and just being tired and fed up. But again, I think all of us have a responsibility to keep the level of conversation elevated and not to just like feed into all the negativity or let those other comments like drain your energy, because that's all they're trying to do, right? Like they have an option when they go to reply to you. They could either address what you want to say, what you're talking about, like the actual topic. They can add some value, or they can try to like trigger you with emotion or just like blatantly abrasive comments or whatever the case is, and that's their goal. But just you don't have to give your energy toward it. And that's for anybody in this space. That's for anybody. I don't care if you're a flat earther or a globe earther. Anything can get hashed out here in Flat Earth Fridays. Anything. If you're going back and forth with somebody in the comments and you feel like y'all not getting nowhere, you could always pull up the flat. Hey, Sacred, let me go ahead and get 10, 15 minutes with person B over here, because we were having a back and forth. I'll give y'all the floor. Y'all go back and forth uninterrupted. If you genuinely have a question or a contention or anything that you want to challenge, you always have a mic here, no matter what. Now, we don't tolerate disrespect, racism, or any of that type of stuff, right? But if it's on topic and you want to bring something to the table, table's flat and the chair is there and the mics are open. So, this is what the platform is here for us to hash out our differences, find some common ground, and at least attempt to get to the truth, regardless of your biases, bro. Like that should be everybody's main goal. So again, I challenge the flat earthers to raise the elevation of the conversation. I challenge the globe earth anti-flat earthers. It might be a little bit difficult for them, but I challenge the globe earthers to raise their level of conversation. And we can start building more value every single week. It's only up from here, y'all. But it's our responsibility to do it. And you gotta direct your energy to where the most value you can get out of the conversation. That's all. But yeah, any smoke, link them right to Flat Earth Fridays, man. We're always here, and we're gonna do our best jobs to approach the conversation with honesty and civility.
Yo, but Nudist Bear, stop hanging out for 8 months. You're too cool to hang out for 8 months. You crate for way too long. That's my criticism, dude. If you guys are cool, just come in and hang out. No need to hang out for 9 months or 10 months or whatever the hell you do. You know what I mean? When they came in, I was like, where the hell you been, dude? How come you haven't been hanging out?
Yeah, well, I wanted to study. I wanted to practice the art of janitorial duties. That way.
I do like the simultaneity you're practicing right now while scooping up trolls in Earth Awakenings. I do admire the double work. Anyway.
All hail King Shane.
Hey, I was going to say that was really well said, Sacred, and no despair, Bear. Man, the coolest thing about you and the visiting is you're very open-minded, and what you believe to be true, you don't push on other people. And when I have an idea or somebody else has an idea, you just want to examine it to extract what truth is there. I think that's what a lot of us are trying to do is find that. And so it's real comfortable to be around you, and I appreciate you.
Hey, Liliana's back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hell yeah. Madam Ambassador.
Oh, hey, yeah, just a little change of topic, kind of. I don't know. Whenever they give us these examples of, like, when Dr. Bennett was talking about, if I was on the bucket, then everything else would look like it's moving, and I would feel stationary. I know I've talked about this before, and maybe you guys are tired of hearing me, but honestly, that is like the one mind experiment that I just find so dumb, because it's like visually, okay, things sometimes can be way too small for our eyes to resolve, or they could be way too distant for our eyes to resolve, right, and see. And same thing with hearing. Certain frequencies are, too high or too low for what our setting is set at, our hearing, and so we can't hear those sounds, right? So they'll try to use that same dynamic and the same example, and they'll say, oh, well, you can't hear everything, you can't see everything that's in the spectrum, so ergo you can't feel everything. But I don't know that the sense of feeling, which involves the entire body, is the same. I don't think it works the same way, And my argument has always been like, wait a minute, if I was on the bucket, I think I would feel that I was moving, and okay, so let's say that we are on a globe, right? And then we're spinning or orbiting, we're doing all this stuff. And obviously we're not experiencing any bad effects, right? So why not allow us to feel it like we hear white noise? Like if the air conditioner is on, you ignore it usually, right? And then if you focus on the air conditioner sound, well, yeah, then you'll hear it, right? And so I don't understand why motion couldn't be like white motion, right? If spinning is our natural, and then of course the explanations they'll give you is that, oh, you've been spinning ever since you were born, so you'll never feel it because it's a constant speed, etc. But that's BS, because aphelion, perihelion, our speed, our velocity changes, so that is bunk. And then so it just seems to me that argument, that mind experiment, to me doesn't make sense. And then so when I hear all these PhDs parroting that same experiment, it's like it just does not make sense to me. And so I kind of want to just see if, people in general, especially those who are interested in science, would really like think about this and maybe come up with some more like answers or explanations or something. Because honestly, if we're moving and everything else is stationary relative to us, I feel that nature would have made it that we would feel something, even if it was just a background noise type of a tiny, tiny, tiny feeling.
You're
So
totally right.
I will never buy that theory. I think it's really dumb.
You're totally right. I have 2 points to help you with there. One is about what the mainstream does and how to deal with recognizing what they're doing. And all they are really doing is dismissing what your expectation is with a simple wave of the hand, trying to quote frame of reference as the determinant as to whether or not you would actually feel anything. And this is something I got into a pretty heated argument with Franco about, and it even spilled over onto YouTube, into comment sections, and on for a couple of days, where he would say, oh no, you're on the Earth. So relatively the Earth, you're not going to feel anything because you're on the Earth, and that's the reference frame. I said, okay, well, what about the sun? What if the sun is the reference frame? In your model, in the Helio model, the sun should be that reference frame, not the Earth. And when you get that far out in terms of your analysis, it takes me to point 2. And it's a video I think you might want to review that I did. You'll find it on Telegram on my very own channel, and you'll find it on BitChute. In the title, the 2 keywords are Earth vectors. It's a couple thoughts style format video. And I went right down and took their numbers, their figures, their formulae, and applied it as if we were looking at the sun as the 0 point, so, the center reference, the inertial frame, and that the Earth is moving around within that. And I did a vector analysis, a very simplified vector analysis, only looking at 2 motions. The speed the Earth is supposed to be spinning around itself, and the speed the Earth is supposed to be going around the sun. And I tried to put those into concrete terms of the experiential terms, breaking down what Mach 6 or Mach 8 looks like on the surface of the Earth, for example, just to get relevant with order of magnitude of velocities that we're considering in total here. So by all means, review that movie, because that video, when you do, you will see that there is an accelerational value that comes right out of their figures to the tune of 2.1 centimeters per second, which we are constantly either accelerating or decelerating to an effective 0 kilometers per second, all the way up to Mach 1.3. 6 hours later, back down to 0. 6 hours later, all the way up to Mach 1.3. 6 hours later, back down to 0 as the Earth spins around every 24 hours. Take a look at those numbers. And when you do, think about Foucault, his pendulum, the one that you swing back and forth for really long string and really long periodicity, and it's going back and forth. Take that same thing, but don't swing it at all. In your thought experiment, leave it still. And if you do that, and you plot its spot on the ground over which it is, where it starts when you still it, so to speak, and 24 hours goes by, over that time of 24 hours, you will see it move to 4 different distinct points over the ground. In fact, it will come to 3 of them, because it will be 0 for 2 of them, as I was just describing in the change in velocity cyclically over 24 hours. That'll start to make sense after you watch the video. But what you're going to see in your thought experiment is that if we're moving and we're doing what the Helios tell us we're doing, that pendulum that started as 0 point, not moving at all, by itself should point to 3 different distinct points on the ground, because essentially the net vector of down and gravity is being affected by this acceleration laterally. So vertical actually becomes a different thing cyclically every 24 hours with a stationary pendulum. So have a look at that video and let me know what you think, because it's I find it to be a mind expander.
Stone, please tell me the name of that video again on BitChute.
The 2 keywords are Earth vectors, as in a couple thoughts about Earth vectors. It's a couple years old. You'll find it on the list. It's easy to find. There's only 55 videos.
I'm putting it in the jumbo now.
Of course, Alan's right there with to the punch, Alan, to the punch.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Stone's so good with giving instructions on how to use stuff. Then he's like, yeah, just go to the bowels of the internet. You'll find it on this thing you've never heard of. That's where I live. Go ahead.
Now, Alan knows that I'm a techno retard, so he's always spoiling me. Love it,
Well,
Alan. I love it.
you are if you say you are, and your elephant is listening, if you know what I mean. And if you don't know what I mean, let me know too, because I'd be glad to explain that.
I could use an elephant clarifier, to be honest.
I don't know what you mean, but honestly, like, I don't think it's the I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to be a techno retard, so I'm okay. I don't know.
No.
But
It's a
tell
very
me what it
critical
means.
psychological point we should all learn. It's something I taught my music students for a couple of decades, especially the ones starting out. It's all about your subconscious. And it's the thing they even exploit in hypnosis, that there's this thing, this axiom we have that elephants never forget. Well, your subconscious is actually almost exactly the same as that. And that's what they exploit, for example, during hypnosis, where they take you back into your childhood, because it's all stored in there. You don't have conscious access to it. And that's a big fault in the design of human composition. But beside the point, your subconscious hears everything that you say and remembers it forever. And more so, your subconscious does not scrutinize. It doesn't have any objective viewpoint. The ego is not attached. So when you keep telling it, you're this, you're this, you're this, you're this, well, the elephant starts to believe that that's what it is, whether it's true or not. And it becomes a point of limitation on the consciousness in terms of your true potential. That I think people with language create negative mental vectors within their own heads through repetition. And I find it to be a tremendous hindrance. And it's something I noticed when I was teaching kids how to play various instruments, usually beginners. And I would notice just a staunch difference in the rate of their progress based on what they were saying to themselves. Because they say it during a lesson for sure. They go, oh man, my fingers suck. Oh, I just can't do this. I can't do that. And I say, no, it's not that you can't. It is only that you have not yet learned how to do that. And as soon as we readdress the psyche that way, in an honest way, in an objective way, in a non-deprecational way, everything changes about your potential, because your elephant starts to hear different things and begins to think more capably and potentially. And those things start to come out of your head more readily. All of a sudden, you are a different person, because your elephant is right there soaking it up the whole time, forever.
Oh, thank you. I totally agree. And I think, you're right. I should learn something from what you just said. And what you said is completely correct. However, luckily for me, all my life, my elephant has been hearing that God's grace is going to get me through any shortcomings or any silly mistakes I make. God's grace will always be there and will always keep lifting me up. So I think that somehow that has kept working for me, and but you are right. Your advice is very good, and I will take it, because why not, like
Excellent. Well, hey,
why not
on
stop
that
the
angle,
silly limitation,
on that angle, I would only testify that nobody can assert to the contrary that it might have been God that just brought me to you for that purpose.
Yeah. I totally agree. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm always grateful for people that help me become a better person. So thank you. Appreciate it so much.
It is my absolute pleasure.
Yeah, having said that, I think my mom is the one that kind of conditioned me to say, to understand and know that I am pure consciousness of bliss. It's a combination of, being consciousness, bliss, and love. And she said, nothing can take that away from you. So I'm always eternally grateful to my mother, who is really my greatest teacher in my whole life. So she blessed me with that, and so luckily for me, like, even though I have the ups and downs of life, just like everybody else, somehow I always get back to that inner bliss, knowing that every life always unfolds perfectly every moment.
You are a walking party.
Well, this whole community is just magical to me. It's like I feel so magical being around you guys.
That was really nice to listen to. I appreciate that back and forth, y'all. I'm kind of tired, so I'm gonna crash out. Just two things that I noticed that Bennett said that I would like to reiterate, and one is, well, not one, but I'm really interested now in fluid dynamics. I was looking at it on the phone. I'm gonna have to go learn it. I don't know how long that'll take, but try my best. But I thank you too, Sacred, for asking my question to him. I appreciate that. And what I got out of it was, when he was talking about the ether wind and how it, is basically just that the energy of motion coming down. So from the sky, so that'd be like the major toroid, and it's kind of a fractal from there is how I've kind of been understanding, particles and there, it's just taking measurements past a certain scale. So I thought that was cool. And he talked about fluid dynamics being the math to use to kind of predict whether, am I kind of on the right track here? Does that sound about right? Hello?
Well, I can hear you, G. I hope other people can.
Yeah, I may have been too quiet. But basically, I was just thinking, Sacred Man, and hearing it straight from a top level physicist was nice to get my answer, my question answered, and I'll remember that forever. I mean, this is the first time I've had or even been a part of a big conversation like this, and going forward was a point in my question because, what I was saying earlier in the beginning when I first started speaking, before Bennett showed up, was keeping it out of the wrong hands. This technology. I mean, it already exists. Basically, I've learned in the last couple of years about a lot of things being shelved, and I'm afraid something like that would happen. And especially you guys doing all the hard work y'all have done, all the research we've all put in. I don't want that to go to waste. So I just wanted to say that and wish everybody a good night and God bless and appreciate everybody.
Yeah, no doubt, RG. Sorry I couldn't get to the rest of your questions. We was on a little bit of a time constraint. There was a few other questions that I wanted to get to, but we'll save them for next time. I'm pretty sure Bennett will be back, and I'm glad you found some value in that short presentation, some of the conversation and the dialogue that we had, man. And you're always welcome to come chime in and ask whatever you want, man. Appreciate you. We got
Sorry about that. My phone flipped. But yeah, thank y'all. Sorry to interrupt. Yep. All right, JT. All right. Was it Sacred? Alan, man, I can't even name everybody. Stone, Liliana, especially the ambassador. Yep. God bless. Good night.
God bless, brother. Love you.
Appreciate you, RG.
Later, G.
Let's slide over to Mr. Human, and then we'll see what JT got to say. And hopefully Wiss is still tapped in with us. He might be on daddy duties, but we'll make sure we got a mic check with Wiss. But go ahead, Mr. Human. What's up, bro?
Hey, you guys. that was fucking awesome to have Bennett come on. I was listening last night or whenever it was that Shane. Good suggestion. Like, that's going to start changing things, having him show up for sure, because I don't know how, Globies are going to deal with that. Were they really like blowing you up in your DMs and stuff?
Yeah, but does he think it's flat, you idiot? That's how they deal with it. That's literally their sole response, bro.
Yeah, well, regardless, dude, look at whose channel he's on. Like, there's obviously something to it.
Yeah, you guys didn't partake when the Glovers tried to soup him from us, and they tried to send him emails. They were like, "Those guys you hang out with, they are so terrible," and he was like, "Who the fuck is this?" Acting like a G. It was hilarious.
Dude, shout out to Ben, dude. Straight homie.
Yeah, and it's awesome to have him here. That will start, because if other people in the fields, like the other dude that was previously a pilot or worked for the DoD, whatever, those are the people that are going to encourage more, people in the fields to come on. You said something, Shane, about don't wait 8 months, 9 months. Like, it's funny because I've been looking into this stuff since, early 2016. I didn't pull up into these spaces until this last year. And it's not because it was a lack of interest. It was more, what did I have to contribute, really? I didn't really know how to contribute. Listening to your guys' channels and your guys' information feels really big. It's almost a little intimidating when you're just, a dude with a phone out in the middle of nowhere. But I will say that's all, it's all a bunch of BS that you got to work through. And hopefully when people see Bennett, and they will be encouraged to step up and say, you know what, I felt the same way, or I've seen these same holes in this model, whatever it be. So hopefully that can encourage more people to come in and actually be able to see it and to voice their opinions and their knowledge and their wisdom about it. I think can only be a good thing, honestly. But I really appreciate your guys hosting the Space Sacred. That's awesome. So strong work for having that. Like, you've built an awesome community here. You're proud. But
I couldn't have done it without you guys, man. Appreciate you.
Well, and it's just, Liliana's right. It's such a good community to be a part of. JT will sit with you and talk with you. And that's how this place gets, that's how we end up growing, is just spending time talking and BSing and, learning together. All of that is it's such a unique opportunity. And it is pretty cool that we get to do that all across the earth, So, I just send my gratitude, and hopefully that will encourage other people to come in this space and start to talk about what they know. If you are hesitant about it, dude, grab a mic. It might feel a little intimidating the first time, but yeah, everyone's very warm and welcoming, so it's pretty cool.
I got
take care of the boy.
Dude, I got the impression he was window shopping at Ether Cause for 6 months. He'd walk in, see the fun going on, see the warm glow of the fire, and be like, "Aw," and then go home and go hide in his little shelter, right? And then come back the next day and go back to Ether Cause and look in and go, "Aw," and then go home again. And I was like, "Dude, what the hell are you doing? Just come inside." Anyway.
Are you talking about Bennett, or are you talking about me?
You and probably Nudist Bear, you guys who but took a while to come hang out, and as soon as you opened your mouth, we were like, "Dude, where have you guys been? How come you haven't been here the whole time?"
Yeah, you guys were very super welcoming. That was really cool, and especially coming on Discord and encouraging me to do that. If it wasn't for watching Ether Cosmology and listening to Twitter Spaces on YouTube, I would have never in a million years had Twitter, dude. Ever. I don't, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah. And by the way, it is fun in here and it is warm, so just come on in, right? No need to hang outside anyone. Everyone should come in.
Dude, think about that waterfall effect. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Flat Earth Friday crew. Because they came on Jaren's show one day on Cornerism, and I happened to catch him. And then he went on their show on Friday. And then because, you know, they don't stream it on YouTube or anything, I never got to follow up on it. So I was like, whatever happened to those Flat Earth Friday Twitter people? Totally forgot about it. And then they showed up on my stream one day. And I was like, oh, dude, it's the boys.
Dude, mass coordinated social engineering using the dirty tricks against us. Look at that.
Yeah, shout out to Glowbusters too, because that's where I first seen Alan. I seen Alan on Glowbusters. I was like, who's this guy? Like breaking down like relativistic effects, like it's just like whatever the hell. Like what in the world? I'm like, hey yo, level heads. We need to go let these guys know that we are active over here. And man, like,
yeah, we all would have gave up on Twitter if it wasn't for you, to be absolutely honest. All of us, every single one of us were like, nah, not going back, don't care. Sucks over there. Yep, so thanks to you guys.
As a fact, man, the history to how like everything came to be, man, is just so funny. It's just, you just can't make it up, man. Like our journey on this long road, man, it's been crazy, but it's been well worth it. I don't know, man. You guys are just y'all just awesome. And just like I said earlier, like it would not be no community if it wasn't for you guys, man. So true legends for real. JT, you want to jump in?
Heck yeah. I was gonna say the crossover, like cause see, I first saw Levelheads with a Z in the chat, and Flat Power, and I was like, who are these people? These people are a little bit different. What's going on here? Because I was just in Witsit's chat tearing it up. So my life just revolved around ether cosmology and the guys and Witsit's like live streams. And when I found out, things were going on over here, I was like, man, I don't want X. I'm not going to download that. And I drug my feet for a little bit. But
dude, FOMO won out. You know that battle. Come on.
FOMO won out for sure. But now that I'm engaged, I'm inviting more people. I'm like, you got to come check this out. You got to come over here. Yeah, technically, you've got to figure out a couple things, and it differs just a tiny bit. But seeing everybody come to EtherCause and seeing everybody come here, this is just a powerful movement combining forces. So it's really amazing. I was going to say, Liliana, you're on X and you're muting and unmuting very successfully. You always have something really good to say, and you've come over to Ether, to Discord. You claim that you're not very technologically savvy, but I think you're way ahead of the curve on a lot of people.
We're gonna make her leader of tech soon. She keeps that up.
I know, that'd be good. Tech support.
The CTO.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, man. If anybody's down there, I'm about to drop my mic and catch some sleep. If you have just even if you're thinking that you have a beginner question with flat Earth, pop up and ask it. If you're genuine, that's all that really matters. We don't want the trolls. That's a given. But everybody's new at this in the beginning. It seems weird. It seems like awkward, and there's about 1 million questions. But the people that have the answers are here. So yeah. Thanks for being here and listening. I used to be scared to grab the mic, but I'm not anymore because I've become friends with all these people. So also what you said, Mister, was great. Much love. I'm going to drop down if y'all don't have anything else.
Isn't it always? Every time, dude, I've gotten to the point where I'll just be like, yawn, mister, say something awesome. I'm bored. Hey, come over here and just make a speech impromptu. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, he brings a lot of good
Mr.
vibes.
President, sorry.
No, you're good.
Mr. President, thank you so much and for all your love and your energy and for just being you. And I wanted to just say goodnight before you left.
Hey, thanks so much. This is awesome. All right, last thing. I am just almost on cloud nine, like high, with just how exciting that was to just listen deeply to what this legend was sharing. And then think about this. Last Friday, the space was just terrible. No one could hear. It was all kind of whack. I just count it a big blessing that tonight was smooth and he was able to be heard by all. So yeah.
Oh yeah, well,
I was in the chat. I was like, pray for stability. My bad, Liliana. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, Stone has taught me something important, that I am really going to make an effort to not put myself down anymore. Because I keep repeating this mantra, I'm techno retard, I'm a techno retard, and I'm going to stop saying that. I think it's because I've always kind of hated technology, but I'm going to stop saying that also. So thank you, Stone. I appreciate it. But I want to share my tiny little story real quick because it's kind of funny. So I was booted off. I was suspended from Twitter in 2020 or early 21, somewhere around there, because of my non-vaxxer stance, like people who were telling me that they were going to catch hold of me and force vaccinate me and stuff. Anyways, so I got booted off and I was suspended for 2 years or more or something. And I used to get a lot of engagement before that. And then when I came back, when they unsuspended me, I lost, I don't know, like 2,000 or 3,000 followers, whatnot, whatever. And so, by then I was, researching Flat Earth. And so I was still kind of new to it. And so this is talking, like about a year ago, or I don't know, something like that. And so I happened to see the hashtag. And so I checked out the Flat Earth Friday. And then the initial 1, 2, 3, 4 times, it just so happened that it was all like these anti-flat earthers and globers. And you guys were basically like, so, schooling them or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, this is just some site for, people that are completely new. They don't know anything about flat earth. And these guys are just trying to like teach them about flat earth. I was kind of like, but then there was no other really interesting places regarding flat earth to go. And I love this subject. So, because I've always had a real interest in cosmology and stuff. And then one day I came back there thinking, okay, well, I'll just check it out again. Because it felt like this was, like just a beginner's course. And I was past that. Like, I don't need to be told that it's flat because I already am there, So, and then I just came on one day and Alan was talking. And I was like, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. And I was like, I got to come back here. And so then I came back the next Friday and Alan was there again. I was like, oh yeah, this is a good place. I'm going to learn stuff now. This guy is going to take me further. So that's my little story. Isn't that funny? It's like, it's so funny. And of course, now after being around here for a while, I realized that, wow, Sacred knows a lot of stuff too. It's like, even though you were schooling them or whatever, those, or they seemed like you were, holding the hand of these beginners and teaching them the ABCs of flat earth. Like, no, you're way ahead of that. So thank you, Alan. He was kind of like what attracted me over here, and I was like, oh, Sacred gets people that really knows what they're talking about. But now all the teachers are included. Don't feel bad, Shane.
I was just like, oh, that makes a lot of sense how we got here. You're looking around, looking back at the road, like, oh, Alan's the catalyst for all good things and fun. I remember now. I remember.
You guys are all my teachers. Don't worry.
The fact that Liliana is willing to say wow at anything while owning an elephant is, I think, pretty astronomical. Like, that just...
Wait, what? I didn't hear that. Sorry. What was that?
I said the fact that you're wowed by anything while simultaneously owning an elephant is pretty impressive. It says a lot about you, because if I had an elephant, you wouldn't be hearing from me. That's for sure.
Oh, also I just wanted to say really quick, sometimes people send me hearts, but their handle is not the same as their username. And then I'm like, who was that? Who was that? Because it comes and goes so fast. So I totally apologize if I did not reciprocate. I see the hearts, and honestly, it's just sometimes I don't know who's sending them. So, but I heart you all back. Love you guys so much.
She's like, it's the heart for everyone. I can't see you, but everyone gets a heart.
Everyone gets a heart. Dude, that's why she's the ambassador.
That's a common struggle. I know what you mean, Liliana. I be seeing the emojis pop up too, and it disappears so quick. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what was that? So
Yeah,
my bad, guys. I see it. It's hard to respond like so quick.
Is there a flat Earth Oprah? What do you guys think? Is that a bad thing?
I mean, we could turn it into a positive thing.
We could do that. Yeah.
You get a laugh frame. You get a laugh frame. You get a laugh frame.
Dude, everyone gets a laugh
God,
frame.
That's hilarious. Hey, there was one more thing I wanted to talk about, and that is that this is, for all of you guys, the panel people, the teachers people. I'm just wondering, is there any way to blow this hole open bigger? And this hole that I'm talking about is this whole thing about how the heck can you contain quintillions of gallons of water on the surface of a globe? And we just have to really blow that hole open. That is such a huge gaping hole in this globe model, because it just seems to me like this whole gravity thing is BS. Like, how can gravity be holding this sloshy quintillions of gallons of water on the surface, be strong enough to hold that and yet be weak enough to let birds fly and et cetera, et cetera. So it just, I don't know, maybe Stone has a video about that already on BitChute somewhere where the hole is being blown open even bigger.
Couple of thoughts on relative mass, I think it's titled, Stone.
No, Earth vectors.
No,
I don't have one on relative mass.
I was
Good try.
I was joking.
Should I do one on relative mass?
I mean, you shouldn't not do one on it.
That isn't a title it's gonna be, so.
Maybe the shorter list is, what does Stone not have on his BitChute?
Oh, I don't have one on electrostatics yet. That's in the vague essence of pre-production right now. It's rolling around in my head for a while.
I'm a little disgusted that the electrostatic master doesn't have an electrostatic video on his BitChute. It's kind of alarming.
Yeah, I'm layman out there, but it's so busy. You know how life is.
Yeah, when I do presentations and I can't start with a stolen Stone video, I'd get a little bit disheartened, you know what I mean?
Or song, I don't know, whichever. Yeah.
Well, to what Liliana just said about how to get this thing, how did you put it? Blown wide open, gaping, very choice words. But I would say what everyone is already doing, creating their content, is really important. But then also the thing that attracted me to this Twitter space here was the fact that Sacred and Proud, though they will put people in their place, they still talk to them like they're people and as if they're still in the same room. And I think that's a big deal, speaking to people with respect, regardless of how ridiculous they get, and kind of, holding boundaries with compassion is like key, and I think that goes a long way, because I don't think there's going to be really much stopping it in the way of it's only going to get bigger. They would have to shut everything down, which they might do. But even then, in your own personal lives, talking to people, I don't know about you guys. I speak to people every day. I've got a flat earth sticker on my car. I got pulled over by a cop. And he was like, "What the fuck's that?" And I was like, "Well, it's just like how the Bible believes the earth is, And he was like, "No, I read the Bible. Where does it say that?" And I was like, the first page. Yeah, I don't know, like,
Them's fighting words, boy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, and it was interesting because by the end of it, he didn't give me a ticket. Like, Flat Earth Dave was right. He didn't give me a ticket. He was like kind of curious, and he had heard something about it somewhere, you know? And I was like, yeah, dude, just check it out. Like, you can, you know, I directed him to Flat Earth Dave because that's simple and he, you know, easily digestible. I told him about this space here. And it's incredible what that can do just speaking face to face with people, you know, and talking, you know, that's what we would watch some of the earlier flat earthers do, is they were just going out on the street asking questions. That's what Whitsitt was doing across the, you know, like, don't underestimate your power to open up someone's eyes to truth, because, you know, we've been speaking about how great this space is because of everyone that's involved. And it's great because we're seeking the truth, you know, and that's bottom line what it is.
Well, we've got 6 anonymous listeners right now. He could be one of them. Oh, back to 5. Maybe he left. I'm dead.
He's like, oh shit, my sergeant's gonna find out. Gotta go.
Punch
They
the
still
box.
listening anonymously? That's funny as hell.
The word Globers, who I guess wanted to hear Bennett say flat or something, because as soon as he left, they bounced. They all like left at once, like they were in one study group.
Like a PhD that's friendly with the flirts. Oh no.
Yeah, they were like, but he didn't say it was flat, right? Oh, okay, good. Oh man, did we the whole time? Did you hear him say flat? No. Okay, good. We still win, right?
What's
Can
up,
you all
Fly?
hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Fly?
Yeah, man.
Hey, okay. You know, I left for a little bit. I've been listening to everything that's been going on. I'm with the lady about the about gravity. I just wanted to really say, you know, I know we've been giving you flowers sacred all night. I just been in awe about this page, and I have to really thank everybody here because I think it gets bigger. It gets bigger. You know, I think I remember you sacred like 3 years ago. I wasn't under Fly. I was under Ant, and then I got kicked out of Twitter, and I think a lot of it had to do with the work that I was doing. Well, anyways, I try to bring my aunt on board. I try to bring my mom on board, and my aunt right now, she's on the fence. You know, she's a teacher, so of course she's gonna be on the Globe side because, you know, her bosses are telling her she has to teach the Globe Earth. She can't be teaching flat Earth, or she'll get booted out of her job. You know, and I think it's just it's really unfortunate that we have the deep state so involved that they got to have so much control that they even want to control the way we think, the way we believe. And if you don't, you know, if you start believing against, you know, their ideas, you're a bad person. You're a criminal. You know, you're like, you're not smart at all. And so I'm really glad for this group because when I don't, it's like a family I belong to. And I really, I mean, like this morning or like yesterday morning, I was like, you know, even text, I think I DM'd Sacred, you know, saying, hey, are you guys going to have a, you know, Flat Earth Friday? But it's because I'm so yearning for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I lost a friend of mine who brought me into Flat Earth, and maybe some of you guys might know him. He's on YouTube. He passed away, but his name is Rob Skiba, and he's got a lot of videos out. And me and him met at a Christian function. And let me tell you, I mean, I was against him. We were all sitting inside a tent, and he's talking about flat Earth, but he was a pilot in the Army. And then, you know, pilots, it doesn't matter whether you fly helicopter, you fly jets, you know, we're all basically brothers and sisters, you know, in the same community of the jobs that we did. And so him passing away has really gotten me, you know, it's brought me down because when I first met him, we were bumping heads. because I was a globetard and he was a flat earther. And then until I started picking up books and started seeing videos and started talking to other people and they started making sense of it, then I got on board. And then he passes away, and then the only thing I have now is you guys, you know. So I really appreciate you guys. I really do. And I think we're gonna go, as this group, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and one day we're just gonna take over. I can see it. It's in my vision. So I just wanted to say that. And good night, everybody, and thank you. And thank you for being a flat earther.
Hey, is that Superfly speaking?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey man, my name's JT, run Boston Bear. I didn't see you lighting up. I wanted to tell you, for your aunt, you need to look up on YouTube. I don't know if you have already. You probably have, if you know Rob Skiba. Josh from Founded Earth Brothers. He started the channel Creation Standard. And have you looked up Creation Standard?
I did. I saw that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's really good
eighth
stuff.
grade science teacher that's going to be doing it full time, teaching not only flat Earth or biblical cosmology, but like the truth about evolution. Anyway, I really appreciate what you said. I gave you a follow just now, and thanks for sharing.
Yeah, right on. You know, I forgot to even say that my girlfriend in Cancun, she's a teacher, and me and her, we just don't argue about some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I brought up the whole flat Earth, and she said, "Oh, well, we're not gonna get into that because we're gonna get into an argument, and I really want to have a good time with you." And I go, "That's fine, whatever, you know." And then one day we were looking at two ships way out in the distance, you know, and she goes, "Look at that one. You can barely see it." I said, "I bet you I can bring them up on my camera." She goes, "Oh no, you won't be able to." I said, "Look, it's respect. It's your vision. You're not only going to be able to see 30 miles out. You know, you're looking at that ship probably at 20 miles out. You know, and we were kind of back and forth on it. Well, now she went to go see her uncle in North Carolina, and her uncle is a Bible guy. And they were involved in it because she goes, "Can you believe that my boyfriend he's a flat earther?" And he said, "Oh yeah, it is flat." And she called me up, "Oh yeah, my uncle thinks it's flat." I said, "Well, did that change your mind?" You know, she's another one on the fence, you know, but it's okay. Yeah, I did. I gave that I try to give my family and my girl as much tools as they need because they're not going to believe me. I'm just a nut. You know, but yeah, this nut flew airplanes for a living.
Yeah, that's an awesome story. I appreciate it. Yeah, I befriended an F-15 pilot, and we talk pretty often, pray together. He knows quite a bit about the true nature of our realm. He even taught me about his radar. And I know you got to go, so I'll keep it short. But one of his major goals or responsibilities was to pin or put a little pin on top of thunderheads that are coming up into their horizontal. So if they're at 30,000 feet, if it's going to come up where the jet's going to hit it, he has to let the guy who's actually flying the plane in the front know not to go there. And he has 20, 40, 60, and 80 nautical miles out that he has to pin these thunderheads. And it really hit him one day, like, wait, 60 and 80 nautical miles, they shouldn't be at the same horizontal or same level as the 20 nautical miles. They should be not even they wouldn't even be in the way, but they were. And so that's when he realized the sky and the ground run parallel and the Earth's flat.
Yep. That's, man, let me tell you something. I don't want to get long-winded here at all. No, I'm going to take 5 seconds here. There is not an instrument in any aircraft whatsoever that what's the word I'm looking for, but that follows a curve. There's no, you set it at 30,000 feet, you set it at 15,000, you set it at 5,000, you're gonna stay at the same altitude and the ground's gonna stay relative unless the ground, of course, comes up and down because of, mountains and hills. And, if when you're in Denver, you're already a mile up. So if you were to stay from, 6,000 feet and then you get out to the ocean, either south or west or east, it's gonna drop the elevation. Your mean sea level is dropping, or or going up and down. You know, I mean, you can't. So, it's it's so bothersome that these globe people just don't get it. You know, but of course, I was there one time, so I can't talk too much shit.
No, that makes sense. It's a hard battle, and if a person can't visualize it, if they can't think about it or conceptualize it in their mind, then they're not going to let it sink into their heart. And one simple thing for me is like, the Globers will fight super hard that the actual horizon or curvature of the Earth begins between 3 and 4 miles, and then they'll bring in refraction and this and that and the other to try to make it possible for you to see your own butt all the way around the whole globe. But what I like to do is I like to say, okay, so there's physical curve. The water's curved. If I'm going to enter into your world, and if you're going to try to pull me back to the ball, I'm to believe that there's curve, 8 inches per mile squared, or 1 degree per 69 miles. And then what I try to do is say, okay, so there goes the ship, and it's disappearing over the curve. And even when you use the P1000, at some point it's gonna not be able to be resolved. Well, anyway, if you jump in a jet and you're 10 feet or 20 feet off the water going top speed, or you think of the SR-71 going top speed, that would have to drop like 80 feet a second to maintain level. And then once you start putting these together, you're like, okay, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That's not reality. That's not real. And then the whole idea of like, okay, so if I'm standing on the beach and this stuff is disappearing over the horizon, why, when I go up in an air balloon right then, if I went straight up, I wouldn't see said curvature? And it all just falls apart, but you have to not be scared of the truth. But I appreciate what you shared tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that was really good, Superfly. Thank you so much for sharing that. It was really great. I just have a quick thought. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys have heard of that theory, not theory, but whatever. It's like this little metaphor or whatever. It's that whole thing about, you have a pond and then there's one lily growing in it. And then the next day it doubles, so there's 2. And the next day it doubles, so there's 4. And the next day it doubles, and so there's 8. And so on the day that half of that pond is full, the next day the entire pond is going to be full. And that's kind of like how I feel that the flat earth movement is going to kind of work out. It's chugging along slowly, because I think that we're kind of way ahead. And I feel like this group, with Whitsit and Alan, Shane, Stone, and Toby, and all of you guys, with the Piezo and Indio and all of you, I feel like I think that we're just kind of a few steps ahead of the way that Flat Earth Dave presents this thing. And I think that Mr. is correct. I think that sometimes, it's good to go through the videos with him before they come here, because I feel like you guys are more advanced. You guys are for people that are already been through Dave's videos, or, Eric Dubé's videos, or whatever, like most beginners go through. And then this is like kind of like the next level or something. So, yeah, so I feel like it's going to catch on whether we do anything about it or not. I think it's just the awakening. It's happening. And people, there's more and more pilots that maybe will feel comfortable talking to each other about it. And then it just spills over. So I think regardless of what we do or what we don't do, it's going to happen. I think that the beauty is that if we contribute, and when I say we, it's really you guys, when you guys do your research, and that's why I feel like it's really important to support you guys, because it's not that you're just putting content out, but that I feel like supporting you will allow you to do more research, and get even further ahead and further ahead in this whole category of flat Earth. And then you guys end up being sort of like, the Newtons and the Einsteins. And so I feel like we really have to foster that. Like, we have to really support you guys' ability to do research and really get further ahead.
Hey, if I may just follow up with my last little statement before I drop down. I got to put the boy to bed, but just based on what Fly had said and what the conversation between Fly and Boston Bear, and then Liliana, what you had capped off with that, it made me realize, like, what I actually run into the most is that people just don't see the relevance of why it would matter if the Earth was flat. And luckily, that does translate from both Flat Earth Dave and Twitter Spaces and Ether Cosmology. Like, and luckily, this sounds messed up, but luckily things are so bad in the way that they are in the mainstream narrative with stuff that it's actually a catalyst for why it becomes relevant and why Flat Earth would matter. Because, and that's one thing that I don't quite understand about the Globies, because most people just feel like, oh, I don't see what would be different, what would it change in my life, right? Whereas globe proponents and anti-flat earthers, they're like fixed on trying to shut this thing down, which is super weird, especially when they don't have the same camaraderie and the same kind of dynamic that is offered in these spaces, where everyone here is, you know, like we look forward to Fridays, we look forward to spending this time together, and that's really odd. But so I guess my point to all of that was, even though the mainstream narrative is making it more relevant on why it matters, it is always helpful to remind people that their life is valuable, that this place is special, you know, that it is unique and it matters what they do. And so with that, I'm going to land there because I got a pterodactyl screaming at me. So I got to go put him in the nest, and it's crazy. Being a dad is a trip. It's 2024. The earth is flat. Pregnant's the new drunk. So wait, what is it? It's sober is the new drunk. Sober is the new drunk. Pregnant's the new skinny. Get with the times, kids. Peace out.
Appreciate
Excellent,
those
bro.
kind words. On that note, everybody, use this time to stretch, get a snack, hit the bong, whatever you gotta do. This is Flat Earth Fridays, guys.
Much love. We'll see you in the morning.
Slight reset.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they
What up, haters?
Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, because it has to be. Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. No,
Stop dodging.
It's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense?
Keep it G, level head.
Keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. It's fake. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect.
Flat Earth Fridays, the truth unfolds. Ex-hosting the show, we're breaking the molds. Every Friday night, we gather round to dive deep into truths that astound. Theo's in the house, with facts so clear. He's on a mission to make things appear.
Stationary Saturday.
We stand tall, we're breaking barriers, we won't fall. Flat Earth Friday. All night we go interstationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving? Oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free?
Shout out Flat Earth Day for the tune.
Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go interstationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving? Oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free? The beauty of a world that's flat and free. Yo, on Flat Earth Fridays, we break the mold. Spreading truth, y'all, it's tunnel. No code, no curves, just a plane that's flat. Keeping you up all night, no
Repost in space, I don't know we still live.
Get a supper to town. We got the facts, yeah, we breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside. Exploring the truth, taking you for a ride. No sleep tonight, cause we're wide awake. Questioning everything, the rules we break.
Get all my replies and come grab a mic. We know you not like that.
Stop running, get the answer. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate. Got it. Fucking science. Yeah.
Shout out Dr. Bennett.
Lab coat, check. Goggles, check.
The best PhD that joined Flat Earth Fridays. Let's go.
Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Wow, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Them Stegosaurus over century burning fossil fuels. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy.
What's on B.O.B.?
Fortunate, yeah. Me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Bring your worst and I'm gonna bring much more. Yeah. Leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you know. Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earth
science, bro,
is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro. Level, moonshine, goggles, moonshine, nodules, moonshine, fucking moonshine. How many fingers am I holding up? Come back competing if you bold enough. No Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak, you beat your bouncer up. Fluid lines await you all. Oh, God, I hate my life. Hey, you. Hey, stop making out. I know your mother, Susan. I'm gonna tell Susan about this.
If you are here for the first time and you are wondering if you stumble into a music space or a science flat earth space, you are correct. All of the above. This is Flat Earth Fridays, where we often discuss the nature of our Earth, where we live, the shape of it, and potentially anything else that science may have misconstrued. We do intros and we talk shit. So, welcome. Thanks for joining. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to come up and grab a mic. We have open mics and we love the conversation. If you missed our previous speaker, we had PhD Robert Bennett on stage discussing his geostatus nature ideology, which
He's on fire!
essentially just means that he believes that Earth is at rest in the center of the universe, center of all things, which does align with biblical cosmology. So that might come up. If you'd like to listen to more of that, feel free to check out Alan's YouTube, where there are breakdowns and discussions that they have had with Robert Bennett. If you'd like to talk about anything else, feel free. Come, join. We also did want to talk about a certain Twitter compadre. I don't even think that's the right word. However, I don't know if Wits is coming back, Secret, to be honest with you. So I did want to hear his thoughts on it, but if any of you seen Ashton Forbes, I don't even think that's his name either, talking crazy on the TL, definitely come up and let's chop it up. Sidebar, Jorge, if you're in here, grab a mic. Welcome back, everyone.
Wait, is Jorge in here?
I don't know, but I do see it, George, so I was just, hey, might as well throw it out there.
Is that our...
he on the burner. If he on the burner, you know, I throw it out there in case.
That's our negative mass lad with teleportation all the timeline. That's who you mean, right?
I didn't even get a chance to ask Bennett about negative mass. I forgot he was a little elderly. I thought we would have a couple hours. But yeah, negative mass lad.
He's like, shit, it's almost breakfast time. I gotta get out of here.
What do you guys know about P-Dub? He's a Globetard.
Pubes?
That can't be his name.
Oh, we already clipped him up, Superfly. I could link you with that if you wanted to see his reaction to interferometry.
No, we got into a big argument yesterday morning, and I even told him, brother, I don't want to argue with you. I love you and everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't want this to be something of hate and discontent. And he just started calling me all kinds of names, and I was an idiot, and anybody that believes in flat earth is a stupid idiot moron. And he kept going and going and going, and then he just took off.
Sounds a lot like pubes, a little on the emotional side of this argument. I will say though, however, one thing about P-Dubs is he keeps the energy. He will call you a moron in the mentions and on mic, and hey, we can appreciate that to some degree. I don't know. I definitely would categorize him as anti-flat earther. He's been on that island for months and he still hasn't climbed to the top of a mountain to do an optical experiment, and that's a little telling. But yeah, we tend to treat those how they are. Like, we interact with them when they come around. We don't really seek out the anti-flat earthers. They just can't stay away from us for some reason.
Correction, we was looking for them until we realized they wasn't really like that. 99% of them. I'm proud of saying P-Dub probably one of the only ones that kind of keep the same energy, although we don't really want that energy. But he's one of the reasons why we did Flat Earth Fridays. It's his behavior. Blame P-Dubs and some of them old anti-flirts that don't show up no more for why Flat Earth Fridays is cracking. It's them. They was the ones. They was the ones on the timeline talking crazy, just like you said, always ad hominem, insulting, acting super tough on the timeline. We're like, wait a minute. You think that we scared of you? You think that you got better arguments than us? Are you crazy? Hey, next time Pubes is in y'all mentions talking crazy, just go link that tweet that I put up top. Go listen to the coherency. Anytime he in your mentions, go link the tweet and just reply with that. That's all you got to do. I don't want to talk to nobody that can't even form a functional sentence. Stop it.
Yo, I've never met this guy before, but this clip, I love him. I would like to speak to him.
Yeah, P-Dub think you can feel the motion of Earth with a scale.
Nice.
And he says interferometry detects orbital motion.
Yep, dude, he'd be fun. We should get him up here.
You don't know what you're asking, Shane. Don't do it to yourself, my boy.
You're right. There isn't one that I've been like, oh, he's super cool and asks the right questions and asks the logically cohesive backing, and no, it's never happened. So I don't know. I should probably stop.
I was gonna say, man, careful what you wish for.
All I know
Some
is
TikTok flat earthers in here. Comrade, think of Pubes as like a Dr. Hasselblad pre-Witsit demolishing the arrogance that Hasselblad had before he got stepped on.
I can tell from his clip, he's like trying to school you on the length of the graticule. He's like, look, I can tell that the equator is a certain length, but he couldn't even get those words out. And like to stand on that point, even if he could get it out, is hilarious. I love him. I love him.
He was trying to talk to Witsit like that. Out of all people.
Maybe I'm just anti-flat earth or starved. Has there been any good ones? Have you guys seen any new ones? Do they make new ones? Do they breed? What goes on with that anyway?
I've got money on Spore-like.
Yeah, there seems to be the same amount of super toxic douchebags that there was in the beginning. They're not creating more super toxic douchebags, are they?
No, you sprinkle shit on them, they proliferate.
Nah, we took over the block, Shane. See, this was their territory. This is where they felt safe. This was their little playground. But then we came over here. And they started trolling the wrong flat earthers. Now we're exposing them for not keeping that same energy, repeating the same arguments that's already been debunked, falsified, demonstrated, things that they can't even demonstrate. They can't do for their own model, if they even have one. Who knows? And now the tides has changed. Like it's different now. So all they could do is try to continue to troll from a distance. But because we got this new element of voice, it changes the dynamic, right? Like there's still like a whole group of like anti-flat earthers. I think they actually call themselves, like it's literally in their bio, Toxic Glober Gang. Like they want to sit there and talk about cults and everything. They had that before anything else. They had that. It drove us to say, wait a minute, y'all think that y'all the only ones on this app? Y'all think y'all the only ones that got jokes? Y'all think y'all the only ones that read? Are you kidding me? Bro, we are way cooler than you. We are way more sauce than you. Y'all repeating the same old arguments from 10 years ago. And now you can't do nothing with us because now we got mics. Now you can't use your thumbs to project your false sense of intellect. Sorry, ain't gonna happen. You gotta stand on that in real time now. You can't play around no more. So now that whole thing is done. It's over with. And now you get like kind of like these new characters that's kind of popping out the woodworks, but their foundation is so weak. They don't have anything. Because you would think that they wouldn't have to behave like that or act like that if they really had the truth. But their whole personality, their literal whole personality comes from this globe. Like, I still can't wrap my head around it. Like, why?
They got that global personality.
A global personality, seriously.
Globularist, that's what you call him.
So thanks to the likes of those like Pubes and all the other guys and all that, thank you for you. Thank you guys. Because without y'all, there would not be no us. There would not be no Flat Earth Fridays. Y'all would still be running through this Twitter app before it became X, talking crazy, making it look to the public like y'all really got the signs, y'all really knew what y'all was talking about. And we keep telling you, y'all behavior is going to expose y'all. No matter what, it's never going to work out well for you. Either the people on the sideline is going to see, and they're not going to align with that. We already seen that with the Witsit, not a Professor Dave debate. 80% of all them globe earthers was in it was like, wait a minute, like, who's this flat earther like crushing like the professor? Newsflash, he's not a professor. And the reason why he's crushing them because all he got is fallacies. So they see the way y'all behave. So not only did y'all push us to become better, y'all created an environment for more flat earthers and more globe skeptics to flourish.
And then they fled the scene. So let me get this straight. Agitate a bunch of people, start a bunch of fights you can't win, flee the scene, and then when everyone shows up, you run to TikTok. Did I miss any steps?
Pretty much, man. That's exactly what happens. It's crazy, man. It's literally crazy. So I got to shout out the anonymous listeners because we know it's you. And you even got some globe earthers like that was sitting over here like, trying to mock flat earth and the ether and the motion of the earth. And I'm looking at the comments and like some of these globe earthers are like, hey, we found common ground on the ether. I agree the earth is not in motion, but it's still a globe though. And it's like these were guys that were literally on some no ether. The earth's in motion for sure, for sure. And ever since coming to Flat Earth Fridays, they slowly inching towards the truth. That's why they was just so hell bent on whether Dr. Bennett was a flat earther or not. Because as soon as we break through that paradigm, they don't have any foundation, whatever's left.
Dude, that one's a funny one. That one's a slow burn, right? Because if you accept there is no motion, there's nowhere else to go besides our position. So like we'll let you have it and like a little smile and a grin, like, yeah, okay, it's a globe, but we're not moving, right? And then you work that shit out and we'll see you in about, I don't know, 3 months or whatever.
It's truly fascinating, man. It's like I probably should have like opened up a study on this when we first started this. Like, let's just see like the results like as we move through this journey. It's crazy, man. But shout out to those that are, that are honest. When you come in contact with at least equally viable evidence or the contrary, and you acknowledge that, I gotta just clap it up for you.
So hey, can I chime in for a second?
Indio, what up, bro?
Okay?
I was just shouting you out earlier. What's going
up,
on,
man?
brother?
What's up, man? How are y'all? And I just want to say this about Sacred. I heard Liliana talking about how she learned a lot from Alan, and then was like, "Yeah, Sacred knows." Sacred is like the flat Earth hustler. He acts like he plays bad pool, and then he just like comes in and cleans the fucking table, man.
Dude, see, he's that sleeper, man.
How many
that,
times have you seen that?
Well
Crowd
said.
too, man. They just act like they just keep giving them rope, and they're like, okay, my turn, and then it's a wrap, man. It's great. I love it. But I also wanted to bring up something she also brought up. She brought up how do we break through? And so I think we have to realize like what we're up against. And like Alan or Shane was just talking about, it's their identity, right? So I was listening to a guy. He was he worked in military psychological operations, and he's an expert in propaganda and brainwashing and mind control and all that type of stuff. And he talked about, I heard him talking about, so Edward Bernays, who was the father of modern advertising, wrote a book called Propaganda. And in that book, he says, you don't sell somebody a product, you sell somebody an identity, right? So you want people to identify that the product is like a lifestyle, kind of like Apple, right? So like, and like one of the arguments he made was like this, right? If Nike created a hotel, anyone can imagine what that hotel would look like, right, in your head. But if Marriott Hilton created a sneaker, nobody has any idea what that would look like. And the reason this is because Nike's selling an identity. They're selling like a lifestyle and identity, something people identify with. But the point is that the identity people identify with the globe. It's like part of like, especially the anti-flat earthers. They're the hardcore. But like even just regular people, if you ask them like, now imagine you're a flat earther, how do you feel? And they're actually going to have a little bit of like cognitive dissonance, like a little mental anguish just from the idea of it, right? Because flat earthers are stupid, you're a retard, you're backwards, you're going back into horses and buggies, and like what I mean. The whole idea of being a flat earther, like identifying as a flat earther, is repulsive to them. So they're automatically going to reject like the information. But one thing he said was, he couched this on, it's very deep ingrained into like the human psyche, that once you have an identity, you like it's hard to shed. And he said it was like some part of the brain, I don't know, medulla oblongata or something, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what part of the brain he said, but he said that part of your brain doesn't speak English. So it's like you can't talk somebody out of their identity, right? You can't be like, oh, so the person, he runs around, he dresses up in tennis gear all the time, and he thinks they're a tennis player. You can't talk them out of like thinking they're a tennis player by saying you suck or whatever, right? So the only way you can get people out of identifying with a particular idea is, and this is what made me correlate it to this topic, was he said imagery and repetition. And what is the goal other than imagery and repetition? It's that over and over and over again. So I'm only bringing this up because I think we really need to know like what we're fighting against. This is what we're fighting against. Like this, they're bombarded by constant imagery and repetition, and it's been happening their entire lives, and we're trying to like talk them out of it, right? Now, I don't believe what he said. I think people can be talked out of it, but I think it would probably just take a while. I also don't think that we should adopt their I don't think we should adopt propaganda techniques, right? That we just start spamming flat Earth images and just Earth is flat, Earth is flat, Earth is flat over and over again, right? So I don't want to be like the replacement Globers. Like we just do what they did.
You don't like putting the devil
I'd
imagery?
rather people like use the logic and reason and come to their own conclusion, other than just like using like basically propaganda techniques to convince them the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to be them, right? I'm not trying to replace them. So that's pretty much all I have to say, just in regards to that.
Dude, I might start ending my videos with a devil image, just a fraction of a second, holding the globe, not for propaganda purposes, just to like cement that idea home or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember when I first became a flat earther, I noticed like all the globe stuff that I never noticed it before, like how pervasive space and globe and all that stuff is. Put on Netflix, and it has like top 10 movies of the week. 8 of them were space movies. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, that's crazy. And then like my kids watching PBS, and like all the cartoons are based upon space. Like they have like he was watching like a cartoon called Rabbit's Invasion, right? And it's like they're rabbits, they get into like trouble and hijinks and just like, it's just a kid's cartoon. So they're always just doing dumb stuff. But they're from space. Why do they gotta be from space? Like there's no like space theme, right? There's no spaceships, there's no like they're flying around. They crash land, they crash landed on the moon and end up on Earth or something somehow. But they're stuck here, right? But they're not trying to get back. They're not trying to go to space. So like nothing about the cartoon is about space other than their origin story. They're from space. It's so stupid. It doesn't even have to be inserted into the storyline. It adds nothing. Right. So like I started noticing all this stuff. I'm like, man, this stuff is everywhere, man. And then what really sealed the deal, I went to a pizza place and I noticed right next to the pizza place there's like an electrician company, and it's like you know, Leahy and Sons electricians, and they got like a globe as their advertising. Like, what the hell does a globe have to do with like an electrician? It isn't even like called global electricity. It's like just some random globe on the side of it. Like this stuff is like everywhere. Like that, it was the first thing I noticed is how much globe and space imagery is everywhere. You can't escape it. It's really insane. And I brought this up to like people like newbie globers, like, you know, if you actually pay attention and just say, hey, how much globe or space imagery do I see in one day? And then think about its proportionate importance to your life, right? Like being an astronaut, like none of that stuff, Earth's globe, space, none of that stuff matters for everyday life, right? But why is it like at the forefront? Like plumbers are more important, traffic cops are more important, the meter maid is more important. There's so many jobs that are way more important, way more prevalent than astronaut, right? Only 600 astronauts, but there's thousands of freaking plumbers and there's freaking millions of doctors, and like why aren't we being spammed with imagery for their profession, right? Why is this one profession that just gets spammed in everyone's face? Because it's a propaganda. It's just as we all know, right? So this is kind of like for anybody listening that's like on the fence or they're just like a casual listener, man. The propaganda is everywhere. You can't escape it. And we're not gonna like win this battle, whatever that is, by just like, oh, we're gonna do better propaganda than you. We have to appeal to the reason. That, in my opinion, that's the only way we can you know, win this.
That globe propaganda, though, that's not something that can spark them into an awakening. I don't think that's only like even apparent from the other side, from like the descent side. Like once you go over the hump, like from our side, that's when like when I saw it, I was like, oh, it's all fake. Then I went to go like unwind, and I'm like, Netflix crap, space movie crap, gravity crap, space movie crap, everything is space. Oh my god, I don't like anything. Everything in the whole world of media has been like spaceified. I was like, what do I do?
Dude, it is, man. It's like everything is spacecraft, dude. Like everything. It's like, why is this everywhere? It's like you don't notice, right? Until like you said, you're on the other side of the hump and you're like, what the hell? But what blew my mind is like I was immersed, like we're all immersed in it, right? And we don't see it, right? It's like a fish doesn't know what's in the water, right? We're immersed in it, and the fish that realizes it's in water once it's taken out of the water. And it's like as soon as you're taken out of the water, you're like, holy crap, dude, I was in water. And that's how we are. We're like just we're drowning in gold propaganda. And then when you're taken out, you're like, oh my God, I was swimming in gold propaganda. It was everywhere. I didn't even notice it.
Perfect.
And it's almost embarrassing, quite honestly.
You get out, you're like, oh, I reek of prop. Oh, is that globe on me? Oh man, was I standing in that?
I need a wire brush. I got a globe on me. It's everywhere.
Now, culturally, you just have to trim it all the way back. So you're stuck with just you, your TV, Gilligan's Island, and the Rockford Files. You're done.
You know, when you sail to Gilligan's Island, it's over flat water. You know that,
right? No, don't go there.
Dude, they probably got lost because they were trying to navigate like it was a ball that converges with longitude lines in the south, and they probably got all turned around like, where's my convexity? They were like, nah, man, you gotta magnetically decline left. They were like, where's south? Turn around.
They were swept away by Hollywood destiny.
I'm gonna blame the border longitude for Gilligan's Island from here on in anyway, though.
Yeah, I'm sure most of the people in here are familiar with Edward Bernays and his dirty little tricks. His grandfather was Sigmund Freud, apparently.
Yeah, Crow 777. I'll put a link in the thing. He has a free episode, and then like the second hour you have to pay, but the free, it's just as good or whatever for all intents and purposes. But anyway, he has an excellent breakdown on Edward Bernays. It's really fascinating when they discovered propaganda and like what you could do with advertising, and like he was saying, like India was saying, it's not about whatever, it's about the lifestyle, that conceptual, like when you get somebody to identify as
yeah, you're not
like,
selling the product, you're selling what the product represents, right?
Right.
So it's to
Yeah.
represent an identity, and you're selling that.
Yeah, it's crucial to the mind control aspect of it. So anyway, I'll put a link to that here in a second.
Also, there's a documentary called Century of the Self, which goes into it a little bit. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I think the beginning of that goes into like Bernays and propaganda. But the documentary is generally about propaganda, but the first part of it is about like the history of the propaganda. I saw that I saw that a few years back. So, but I'm positive Bernays, they talk about Bernays in it. But the fundamental idea is that this identity thing, right? How people identify is not accessible really through what this guy said was it doesn't understand English, right? It's like what they say, a more primitive part of the brain, which is more instinctual, right? Which is why people will get cognitive dissonance if you start saying things that are contrary. I mean, we've all seen it, right? You're talking to a Glober, they sound rational, they start getting information that doesn't agree with their freaking worldview, and they literally turn retarded. I mean, I've heard the stupidest thing come out of Glober's faces, dude, and it's like, say that again out loud and think about what you just said. Just say it again, right? And they just like, they'll just say the most ridiculous things, and it's because they literally can't think anymore because they're in such a state of cognitive dissonance. It's like when you're mad, right? When you get really angry and you don't have a clear memory of what you did, it's like one of those types of instincts, which is a whole nother thing about under high stress situations, your mind, your brain doesn't create memories as accurately. There's a famous case of this guy. Anyone that's my age might know about this. Bernard Getz. So this is the story. He was on the New York subway. 3 black guys attacked him with freaking screwdrivers, and he shot them all. Well, then he confessed. They threw out his entire confession because his memory of what happened was so different than the actual forensics of the crime scene. And this has been studied by the FBI post-shooting, that under these high-stress situations, your brain isn't trying to create accurate memories, it's trying to create strong memories. So that when you're in the situation again, right, the stressful situation, you're going to have a strong emotional response and get out of it, right?
Oh,
it's
is
not meant to
that
be like, oh, yeah.
is that why is that why Einstein didn't have any references? He was so stressed out over the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yeah, that was it. He was trying to freaking. He was worried about eating because he was a lonely patent party. Or maybe he was worried about getting caught. Or maybe he was worried about getting caught sleeping with his cousin's daughter. That could have been because he was doing that stuff.
Ew.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin did a video on it, man, about how Einstein was married and then he freaking ran away with his cousin and then ended up with sleeping with his cousin's daughter, and just, oh my God, what a degenerate.
Disgusting. People actually like the guy.
Yeah, only the people who don't know, though, it turns out. Only those who don't understand it, like, support it and, like, talk about it. Like, oh, it's the best theory ever. I don't know anything about it, but, like, it works. It's, like, so predictive and logically sound. And the people who know about it all call it retarded publicly. So it's weird. It's, like, only the people who don't, like, know seem to believe it.
You know, I heard Bennett talking about this partially, and, like, there's this thing with Globers that they think that we don't believe in the globe because we don't understand it. And that if we just understood it, right? And I've come across just regular normies that think this too. That like, oh, you're a flat earther because you don't understand the globe. But if you understood it, you'd think the earth was a globe. Because they'll come into Discord and they're like shocked, like, how do you guys know all this stuff and you're still not globe earthers? Like, dude, I'm telling you all the flaws. Like, are you not paying attention? But like, no matter what they say, they always hear like an affirmative, like anything you say seems to them like almost like an affirmative message. And it's like, no, man, we're like, this is like an internal critique that if the Earth's the globe, it should do X, and it's not doing X, right? So it's like a prediction that's not happening.
Dude,
but they hear that, like they hear that it is happening. Like it's like I said, there's this crazy mental block, cognitive dissonance that they go through.
You should have seen the guy that came in last time, the "Have you heard of me" guy. I forget what the hell his name was, but like he was, "Have you heard of me? I'm the best globe ever. I conquered Jaren." Anyway, it's like his whole position was that like we steel manned the globe so well he couldn't distinguish our position, so he disagreed with us. He was like, "You guys are right, and I win." We were like, "Well, one of those things is correct."
The dude that accused us, he was just like, "That's globe science with conjecture added to it."
Yeah, couldn't differentiate our position from the globe science because we steel manned it so well. True story.
I actually like
Well,
hearing
I'll tell you the truth.
you're too smart to be a flat earther. I actually think that's one of the best insult compliments ever.
Best backhanded compliments?
No, it compliments a single, and it instigates the whole group. It's the whole derogatory against everyone, but positive against you, Proud. Is that what you want? Like if you got called.
There's no way you're a flat earther. You're way too smart.
He's like, well, they called me smart, so I guess it's all just you guys that suck. So.
It was something that I wanted to say from off of what India was saying, but I completely forgot. And I know D3 been patient. Let's go to D3 real quick, and maybe I'll remember.
Thank you. What's going on, folks? I got a quick question. Who knows the most about plane surveys and that process? And if there's anybody who is a surveyor who can come up and talk about it, I would love to pick your brain about this. Anyone?
Oh, that reminds me. We do have a surveyor on Twitter, part of the Level Heads, and we never got to talk to him. I'm going to see if I can get in touch with him. See if we can do a space on that, because he is a surveyor and he is a flat earther, and they say that flat earth surveyors don't exist. And we got one right on Twitter, right in Flat Earth Fridays.
Is it Chris Lemaitre? You know who that is?
Yeah, he's a globe buster.
He's a planes. Yeah. I actually have a video of a presentation he did about datums and about like there's like 100 different datums, and they all use different scaling factors. And I mean, it's a very boring video because it's so technical, but it's like if you watch it, you're like, oh my god, like it's just a bunch of fudging. The entire field of surveying is like just like fudging.
Yeah,
So
I
here's
have
something
the
funny. If you Google Chicago datum, there's a stone, right? So there's like they have a cornerstone of a building. It says the Chicago datum is a horizontal plane 14,000 feet below this freaking spot, right? So Chicago itself has been built on a datum, and Chicago's like 14,000 feet above the datum. They just picked like an arbitrary elevation above the datum, but it's a plane. It's not a curved. It's not anything like that. And Chicago is 23 miles by 13 miles, I think, in size. So that's a lot of curvature that they're just like throwing out, right? So it's like, I don't know, 200 feet.
Yeah, see, that's one of my questions, and I haven't read the manual yet. Somebody gave me the manual. I just haven't really taken the time to read it yet. I just got it a couple of days ago. But one of my questions was, when it comes to the outer edges of where you're doing your plane surveys and you're getting towards the edge, let's say theoretically it ends at like 250 kilometers. Let's say you were pushing that in some theoretical situations, 250 kilometers, you've been doing plane survey the whole time, and then you're going into the 250 first, second, third, fourth kilometer. Would they connect at that point just and continue on? You know what I'm saying? Like, because they say it's good up until then. So what happens at that point? Do they have to bring in geodetic at that point, or would they just continue normally? That was one question I had.
I mean, I don't know. This used to be an argument back in the day, as far as I know, it was never resolved about what the limit of plane surveying is. So I think the argument used to be, is it 100 square miles or 100 square kilometers or 10 kilometers squared? Like I don't think that was ever resolved, because they were trying to say it was like a 10 by 10 square, as opposed to like 100 square. I mean, 100 by 100 square. And this was like an argument back in the day. I don't ever remember how that was resolved exactly.
But I haven't read the manual yet, so I'll check it in the manual, I guess.
I'm starting to think all the geodetic land surveyors are paid actors on Twitter, because out of the 8 I DM'd the other day, D3, only 1 responded to me.
On Twitter?
I asked him, I asked him your question, and he said, I don't understand. So I'm like, I'm still convinced that these people don't exist, because this is crazy. They're all based in one continent, and none of them replied.
D3, what you can look up is like each state has a Department of Transportation, right? And they'll subcontract the surveying, right? But they have like a guideline for the surveyors. So say I'm the state DOT, we want to build a highway, right? I'm going to subcontract the surveying to, small companies or whatever, or a big contractor, whatever. But they have guidelines on how to do the surveying. So each state DOT, I'm sure you heard about the refraction correction, like 7.6R, right? Each state DOT actually uses a different one. Depending on what state you're in, they set some regulation to how much the refraction coefficient is going to be in that state. And then some it's automatically programmed into the surveying equipment, others it's not. So, but the state Department of Transportation, whatever state it is, say Massachusetts Department of Transportation, they'll somewhere on their site, they'll have a PDF that has all the regulations on when they have to do it one way versus the other way, and how to convert the state plane surveying coordinates into latitude and longitude, and like all the regulations. It's all out there. And what is it? The National I can't believe I can't remember the name. We'll go and see now. The National Geographic Service, is that the name of it? They also have regulations, because they also contract surveyors. So they have their own regulations. They got actually regulations for geodetic surveyors. They have regulations for aerial photogrammetry, like photographs, which is basically like a branch of. So what they'll do is they'll match up. They'll fly over an area with an airplane, take photographs, right? They'll do aerial surveying, and then they'll match that up with the ground survey. So it's called aerial photogrammetry. So they have regulations for that, what the cameras have to be, like coordinate system, all that stuff. So I know that's like a lot of information to dig through, but I would, if you're trying to look up state plane surveying, I would start with the Department of Transportation, because those are the people that are going to use it as far as the state's concerned.
Okay, good look. Yeah, I just think like if one of our stances is going to be, it's measured flat, then we should really understand exactly how it is measured. So, you know what I mean? So I'm going to look more into it. And Sacred, if that dude ever does come on, that'd be great, man.
Yeah, not word. I'm gonna try to get in touch with him to see if he want to speak. I don't know if he wants like an entire space about him, like in his job, but we did cover surveying in the past, and it would be nice to talk to him directly. The last surveyor that we tried to talk to from TikTok came over here, heard what we were talking about, and immediately exited the premises. So I don't know what he heard that he didn't want to engage. The one from TikTok is a globe earther. The one from Twitter is a flat earther. But yeah, I don't know, man. We might have to revisit it because that was one of the
TikTok guy.
What is it?
TikTok surveyor. No, you're talking about the TikTok surveyor. He's got I think he had a pretty big channel on TikTok. He talks a lot of crap.
Yeah.
I think I'm familiar with him. He came over here and jetted. That's hilarious. He must be LARPing.
And then ran to TikTok and made a video about me. Like, sir, are you okay?
Oh yeah, that was the most egregious thing. He didn't have time to talk, but then woke up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to make a video about Proud.
From his car. So like, you know, had to go somewhere private
TikTok.
to get to air it out, dude. Like I just can't
Dude,
sleep.
it's not a
with this.
TikTok video unless you're in your car streaming at your phone, dude.
And I asked him about curved visual space. I asked about how he accounts for the way optics work, like with our eyes, the mechanics they account for. They didn't have any answers, man. None whatsoever.
Proud, how you trigger that dude like that, man?
I'm going to.
I tried to just tell him like, yo, you know, there's people who have methodology behind geodetic surveying, land surveying, and I even tried to explain the zennies, yo, the reciprocal zennies, and he just wasn't going for it. He didn't want to hear it. Then he ran to he ran to TikTok to make some anecdotal analogy with somebody falling off some stairs. Tried to correlate that to me and flat earthers. I'm like, bro, you could have spent this 25 minutes it took you to edit this video in the space answering questions. Like, come on, bro.
And the thing is, we really wanted to hear. Yeah, we really wanted to hear what he had to say. Like, we wasn't trolling him or nothing. The thing is, the way that they position their argument, right, just to be fully transparent, from what I hear anyway, they say, we don't want to talk to y'all until you do your own surveying work. My reply was, well, that's what we want to talk to you about, the methodology, because what's the point of practicing a methodology that doesn't account for all the variables? So we want to see what your methodology includes and why you aren't including things that may affect the observation. So that way we can agree on the methodology, and then we can go ahead and perform measurements or experiment, whatever the case is. But there's no point in appealing to a method that doesn't account for all variables that's going to affect your observation. So to me, I mean, that's a logical approach. So I'm like, hey, Mr. Surveyor, this is your thing. This is your lane. You've been doing this for a while. Come talk to us about the methodology. Come talk to us about how optics work, since your whole background revolves around this. Couldn't get him. Didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to talk about it. He makes really good money on TikTok, though.
Yo, did I hear that right, Proud? A Glober didn't want to reciprocate a Zenny with you? That's a real shame.
He pulled out his whiteboard. He pulled out his surveying book that he took his notes on and his measurements. He told me all about the corrections that he have to make and the margin of error that he has to fall between the lines of. But once we got to curve visual space and
he was honest about something. Well, wasn't he honest about some things though, Proud? Didn't he say?
Oh, he acknowledges 8 inches per mile squared as being accurate for a fact. So I guess some would call that a stepping stone.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that. So he does acknowledge that 8 inches per mile squared is applicable, up to certain distances, obviously. Vast distances though. He does acknowledge discarding outlier values. I heard him acknowledge that. Say, hey, sometimes we'll get a value that's an outlier, so we get rid of them. And I feel like Proud has showed me him acknowledging plane surveying, working up to like the size of a country. I don't really remember though. It was like such a long time ago, so I don't really want to speak as a matter of factly. But I could have sworn we was asking him about plane surveying and how far it worked up to. And I'm pretty sure he gave like a continent, but I could be wrong. It was a long time.
Like Arizona to New Mexico or some shit.
It works out the entire continent.
Yeah, he's like, yo, from New Mexico to I'm like, wait, okay, well, you're telling me you don't account for any curvature over an entire country? Like what?
Crazy, dude.
Cool. Anyway, hey, Baron, if you're listening, man, we still open to having that discussion. You just got to pull up, that's all. Just want to talk to you, bro.
Yeah,
what's up, Lilian? Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I was going to say real quick on what India was touching on about the local traffic, municipal place being in charge of who's going to do the plane surveying and what it's good up to and what coefficients to use. There's a flat earther named Battle Mod. He's an OG. He runs a concrete company, and what they do is like they'll bid for a contract, right? And then the state gives them parameters that they have to fit in. So what he does is he hires a surveyor to go out and hit these parameters, and the surveyor is just there throughout the day, and he'll just take some measurements, and if he hits that target, he's good to go. If he doesn't, he just throws out the measurements, and he just keeps taking it throughout the day until it's until it's the measurement that hits the parameters, and they're like good to go. Like you would never be able to like it, it's just one of those things that it's like, because it's part of their religion, like they got to have a guy come out and do the thing, it's very like procedural. There's no like head of the Hydra, like, or what do you know what I mean? Like the people are just like, oh yeah, I got to go to work today and get this measurement. And like, that's all they're doing. It's insane. If Stone's here, I think he grew up surveying, I think his family ran a surveying business or something like that. He should be pretty familiar. Oh, you're here.
Not quite like that, Alan, but no, it's my dad did a lot of construction, large and small. And when you start out a project, you have to shoot lines across the property. And that's what you're doing with the transit a lot of the time. You're shooting elevations from one corner to the other and stuff. So yeah, I do have experience in that, but not in the really geodetic large scale, no.
Oh, my bad. For some reason, I had it in my head that you were the descendant of a theodolite fallen from heaven or something. That's crazy.
Yeah, Battle Mod owns an asphalting company, and he contracts with the state to make highways. And he's been doing it, I don't know, 20 years, something like that. I think he inherited the business from his father. But I mean, they're just doing it for practical purposes. They're not trying to prove a globe or anything. I did have a sidekick, man. I never saved it. So there's two top guys that are in like geographic information sciences, and there was a pretty controversial paper they published, and I never saved it. This is like a year ago I saw it, and they said surveying doesn't actually measure the Earth. It measures the direction of the topography in relation to the direction of gravity, right? Meaning,
respect.
the first thing you do with the instrument is yeah.
That's
So
what it
the
does.
first thing you do with the instrument is level it, right? You level the instrument. That's your direction of gravity, and then you're just measuring the topography in relation to that. Now, in geodetic surveying, and the Globers hate this, is that to make their stuff work, they have to curve the plumb line, which has never been observed in reality, right? No one's ever hung a plumb line and had it curved. That's crazy, right? But they have to say this because their astrogeodetic don't match the geodetic exactly, right? And you'll have deflections that are as great, like depending on where you are. Like I guess it's really bad in Australia. And obviously their cope is, there's a big mass under the Earth deflecting the plumb line or something like that. But it's a couple step process, right? So they'll survey the Earth, right? And then they'll use the geoid, which is a gravitational model. right? And that's the difference between the direction of gravity and where they think the stars are supposed to be. But then they take this reference ellipsoid and they have to take that point where they did the measurement and project it onto this ellipsoid, this, you know, this theoretical surface, this reference surface, but it has to intersect at 90 degrees. Otherwise, the distances get all messed up. And the only way they can do this is to take that deflected vertical line and curve it so that when they project it, now say, just imagine like you have a surface above another surface, and you're taking a angled line, but it has to intersect the lower surface at 90 degrees. But because it's angled, it can't do that. So you have to curve it in order to project it onto this lower ellipsoid. So this is, in my opinion, this is how they hide the distances, right? They interpolate the error throughout all the measurements by doing repeated curvatures of the plumb line. So the globers say, oh, if you project a globe onto a flat surface, it'll be distorted. Well, yeah, we know that. And the reason why it's not distorted is because they're not doing a projection. A projection is just a ray that AE projection is a ray that passes through the North Pole onto a plane that goes through the equator, right? So you take a point that's on the surface and you project it onto a point that's a plane that slices the equator in half. But they're not doing that. They're not taking a straight line. They're using a curved line, right? So it's a mapping. It's not an actual projection. And the globers just don't understand this, that they're not actually doing projections. They're doing mappings, mapping functions the same way in 3D graphics, right? You make a wireframe. And that wireframe, right, you make a skin for it, a texture. But you have to wrap that texture around this a bunch of triangles. That's a wireframe 3D model. Like, how do you do that, right? So you basically make your little image, right? And you draw it in such a way that when you wrap it around this, right, it maps to the surface, so it looks like some guy in frickin' Call of Duty, right? But if if you had access to that part, right, you could remove the skin, you could remove the texture, and you would just see a bunch of triangle wireframes. They're basically doing the same thing. The surface of the Earth is the texture, and they're mapping it to a wireframe reference ellipsoid, but they're not doing a projection. The projection thing, that's an after the fact thing. So they take the celestial sphere, right? They take the surface of the Earth, they project that onto another surface, right? So you got three surfaces now. You got the celestial sphere surface, the inner surface of that. You got surface of the Earth. Then so it starts off as a projection, astrogeodetic. Then it goes to the geodetic. That gets projected onto a reference ellipsoid, right? But that's not projected, that's mapped, right? So they go from projection to mapping, right? So because if they just did projection to projection, you'd be able to tell that it's not a globe because all the distances would be distorted. But if you do a whole bunch of measurements and just have a little bit of error in between each measurement point, then you can't tell that there's an error in the distances. And this is what kind of like what Chris Lemaitre talks about. If you actually go to like a particular location like Australia has their own custom datum because none of their mappings, right, none of their celestial sphere, and this is also where they have the greatest deflection of the vertical and curved plumb lines, as great as like 0.71 degrees, right? So that's greater than the diameter, that's the angular diameter of the sun, right? This is a huge deflection, right? And what I mean by deflection is, imagine I set up my surveying equipment and I can look directly at zenith, and there's supposed to be a star there directly at zenith, directly above my equipment. But I look and the star's not there, it's somewhere else. But I look at the freaking, the ephemeris data and I go, well, that star is supposed to be directly over my head. Gravity must be tilting my level, right? Because I leveled the instrument. When I leveled the instrument, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. There should be a star directly overhead. It's not there. It's somewhere else. It's off at an angle, right? And in Australia, like I said, it's like as great as 0.71 degrees, right? So when I align it to that star that's supposed to be there, now I have a tilted vertical, and now I have a tilted horizontal. How do I correct that? I have to correct it by curving the plumb line, right? So there's a bunch of these little band-aids and tricks in surveying that are like, they exist because they can't actually measure a globe. right? If they could measure a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. And this is like my gotcha for Globers. I just ask them, if you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why does that even exist? Because you wouldn't need it,
You
right?
wouldn't
If we're
need
measuring
it.
a globe, we don't need a reference.
Right.
Yeah, it shouldn't even exist.
Hey, we covered plane surveying in, damn, how long ago was this? Episode 35. This is back in like February 2023. I put a post up top if y'all want to go look through that thread. I just want to read a couple quotes from what India was talking about, the National Geodetic Survey. It's just 3 quotes in the abstract. Based on the National Geodetic Survey. Now, mind you, just like we were just talking about, they have to reference geodetics in order to figure out the globe, right? But it's a reference. Why would you need it if you're actually measuring the globe? But this is what it says in the abstract. It's the primary objective of geodetic surveying is not to determine the exact figure of Earth. That's number one. Let me read it again. The primary objective of geodetic surveying is not to determine the exact figure of Earth. Second red flag, Earth's dimensions must be known in order to computate position. So you have to somehow already know the dimensions using this methodology in order to compute your position. So that sounds like a presupposition to me.
Yeah, why even measuring it then if you already know, right?
Exactly.
You already know, dude.
I can't believe they put this in black and white. It's crazy. The last point, it says all computations are based on previously known values. What are you measuring then if you got the values? And then if you actually go to the reference framework, like I got a PDF that's linked. It references like plane coordinate systems, I don't know, almost 20 different times. Y'all go look in that thread if you want to go take a look at it. We might have to revisit that because, like I said, that was back episode 35. We had episode 100, so a lot of y'all probably missed that one. But yeah, man, we cover a lot, and we might have to revisit that, go back to that, especially